glory to all nations. Please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Thank you, Senator Jang, for the prayers. Before we proceed, let's have a moment of silence for the late Honorable Elito Omar Orbina, former member of the House of Representatives, former President of the Senate, and former Ambassador. As well, let us have a moment of silence for the late Mr. Herbert Carton Panton, former Clerk of the National Assembly, former Magistrate, and Attorney at Law.
Oath of allegiance of a new senator.
Clerk, kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new senator.
I, Janelle Chanona, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize, and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a senator and do right to all manner of people, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
Congratulations to you, Senator, and welcome to today's sitting. If you wish, you may say a few words.
Good morning. I will only say thank you very much for the very warm welcome from the entire Senate. And as I have reiterated to those whom I represent, I intend to work very hard to honor their vote of confidence for me in this position. And I am also very minded of all the men and women who agitated for this position. And I give thanks that I am able to be here and represent those in the Belize network of NGOs and NGOs on a whole. Thank you.
And I must say we have added another woman to the Senate in Women's Month.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning. I am reporting to this honorable chamber that on your behalf and on behalf of the people of Belize, I attended a forum of parliamentary dialogue from the 3rd to the 5th March at the Chamber of Councillors in Rabat, Kingdom of Morocco. The 3-day event was held by the Group of Senates of Africa, the Arab world, and Latin America and the Caribbean in furtherance of strengthening the common ties, values, and traits that have served as the foundation for the historic relations that their people have been maintaining, and in light of being confronted by the multiple and growing challenges inherent in the geopolitical changes that are taking place at the global level and that have made South-South cooperation a strategic axis in the foreign policy of the countries of these areas. Parliamentarians at the forum were engaged in constructive, interactive dialogue with a view to facilitate regional integration and strengthen the South-South cooperation. Issues discussed revolved around peace, social justice, health and climate change, sustainable development, global democratic governance, rule of law, and human rights. I also had the honor of engaging in discussion on some of these issues with Mr. Nasser Barita, Minister of Foreign Affairs, African Cooperation, and Moroccan Expatriates, and Honorable Enman Mayara, President of the Council of Chambers of the Senate of the Kingdom of Morocco, and President of the Group of Senates of Africa, the Arab world, and Latin America and the Caribbean. Through this medium, I extend my appreciation to the Honorable Enman Mayara and the Kingdom of Morocco for their invitation and warm welcome and hospitality. Honorable members, by letter dated 15 March 2022, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following. General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022, Number 4 Bill 2022, Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2022, Development Finance Corporation Amendment Bill 2022, and Inter-American Development Bank Program for Strengthening Public Expenditure Management in Belize, US 8 million loan motion 2022.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, may I, on behalf of myself and this side of the House, offer my congratulations to Senator Chanona and to warmly welcome her to these chambers on behalf of this side of the House. Madam President, I have known Senator Chanona for quite some time, and I am confident, based on my personal knowledge and working with her, that her contributions to the Senate will be in the highest traditions and reasoned, informed, and constructive. I suspect that her relations of consanguinity and affinity would also inform and enrich the contributions she will be making. I offer one warning. She has a very high bar to live up to. She has a very high standard and very big shoes to fill from her father, who predated her in this august body and who is with us this morning, the former mayor and senator. So, Senator Chanona, welcome. We look forward to working with you in a constructive way in doing the business of the Senate and of the people of Belize. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills. General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022, Number 4 Bill 2022, Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2022, Development Finance Corporation Amendment Bill 2022, Indictable Procedure Amendment Bill 2022, Inferior Courts Amendment Bill 2022, Protection of Witnesses Bill 2022, and Fisheries Resources Amendment Bill 2022. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order number 49, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers 22/1/14, the supplementary appropriation number 4 schedule for fiscal year 2021-2022, 23/1/14, Development Finance Corporation annual report for the year 2020.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
To the business or sitting of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize, as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time, and whereas the government of Belize, in an effort to increase the efficiency of the use of public resources, has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a program to strengthen the public expenditure management in Belize. And whereas the program consists of the following 4 subcomponents objectives which aim at strengthening public financial management. 1, improve the efficiency of key expenditure functions. 2, promote economies of scale and competitiveness among suppliers in the acquisition of all goods and services. 3, promote a more sustainable technological infrastructure enabling processes to be more reliable and faster. 4, improve institutional capacity for personnel to carry out processes and operate systems efficiently. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the project shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, acting as executing agency. And whereas the bank has offered financing up to $8 million from its ordinary capital resources for the said purpose under the following terms and conditions. The lender will be the Inter-American Development Bank. The loan principal amount, $8 million, flexible financing facility loan, disbursement schedule over a period of 5 years from the date of the signature of the loan contract. Loan term, 25 years, inclusive of 66 months grace period on principal repayments. Repayment period to be repaid in 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of $205,128.21. Purpose to execute a project that will increase the efficiency of public resources by strengthening public financial management. Rate of interest. Interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per LIBOR-based interest rate, plus applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loans, currently 1.31% per annum. A credit fee will be at the percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis, not exceeding 0.75 per annum. And whereas under provisions of Section 72 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act number 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the government of Belize in its continued efforts to promote the fiscal sustainability of Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its continued efforts to promote the fiscal sustainability of Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2021, which was withheld for further consideration and debate. I will be proposing some amendments to this bill in the Committee of the Whole, and these amendments have been circulated to all senators. Madam President, if I can very briefly explain. On the last occasion when this matter came before the Honorable Senate, certain criticisms were raised. If I can summarize them, the first was the discretion given to the Minister in the appointment and removal of members of the Commission. Secondly, the composition of the Commission was not spelled out. Thirdly, a strong argument was made that rather than amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, a separate freestanding piece of legislation should have been brought to the Senate for consideration in terms of establishing a new industry. The Senate will recall that I therefore did not move the third reading of the bill and left it in committee. The government has decided to adopt to take on board the criticisms. So a new bill has been drafted, and that bill has been tabled in the Senate, in the House of Representatives for debate. What we have before us today is a piece of legislation, the purpose of which is to preserve those licenses that were issued under the Misuse of Drugs Act, so that the Senate will see that the first clause says that every license issued under the Misuse of Drugs regulations and enforced immediately before the coming into force of this act shall continue in force. So it is preserving those that were issued under the Misuse of Drugs Act. Every application made by a license for a license under these regulations, which have not been completed, will continue under the new legislation, so you don't have to start all over again. And nothing in this act shall affect anything done and any proceedings taken or a right which accrued or a liability which has been incurred under the repeal regulations before coming into force of this act. So again, the purpose is to preserve and not to prejudice anyone who has a license or who is in the process of applying for a license. Once passed, the intention is, Madam President and Senators, not to bring this bill into force until the other piece of legislation passes through both houses, and then this will be brought into force, and therefore they will synchronize. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to establish licensing, registration, and operational requirements for the cultivation, processing, distribution, and delivery of cannabis products for adult use, to provide for the Minister to make regulations for the monitoring and enforcement of any regulations to the Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto to be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize 2011, to establish licensing, registration, and operational requirements for the cultivation, processing, distribution, and delivery of cannabis products for adult use, to provide for the Minister to make regulation for the monitoring and enforcement of any regulation under the Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022. Madam President, very briefly, before the Senate is the fourth supplementary appropriation bill for this fiscal year. It seeks the approval of the Senate for $1.5 million, which members of the Honorable Senate will know was paid to stevedores who work at the Port of Belize. Madam President, it is public knowledge that this matter is before the courts, and therefore I will say nothing further on it.
Senator Michael Perfit, can you kindly remain seated, and then thereafter I will call upon you. Honorable members of this chamber, for the purpose of the debate on this particular bill, I find it necessary to bring your attention to Standing Order 36, content of speeches, and to eliminate Section 1 and specifically Section 2, which states, Section 1, subject to the provisions of these standing orders, debate upon any motion, bill, or amendment shall be relevant to such motion, bill, or amendment, and a senator shall confine his observations to the subjects under discussion. Section 2, reference shall not be made of any matter on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as might, in the opinion of the chair, prejudice the interests of parties thereto. Honorable members, I have a duty as the presiding officer to impress upon you to confine your contribution to the debate on this bill to the contents only, such that in no way, shape, or form it can be said that your view on this bill, as articulated in this chamber, whether for it or against it, either stated directly or indirectly, explicitly or inferred, is likely to be used by the parties to the case to support or to undermine the case of either side, and therefore prejudice the interests of the parties thereto. Thus, it is my duty to ensure that your contribution to be confined as narrowly as it can be to the merits or demerits of the content of the bill only, nothing more and nothing less. I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
No, I have nothing to say, Madam President.
And that is okay, Senator. We don't have to say something all the time.
I'll try, Madam President. I'll try my best. Madam President, let me join the Leader of Government Business in welcoming Senator Chanona to the chamber. I like to tell a story that embarrasses her, Madam President, but it embarrasses me even more, so it's only fair. But as a young university graduate, I decided to give back and do a year or two of teaching at SJC Sixth Farm. I am sorry for them too, But some of them come to the Senate. Some of them make it all the way to the Senate, sir, despite my teachings or lack thereof. So that's when I first met the senator. She was impressive from then, and anybody who knows anything about rising stars within the society could tell you that Ms. Chanona is one of those people, and may I say that I beam with pride that one of my students can join me in the Senate, and while you may not agree with me, as you often did not agree with me in the classroom, let's just say we look forward to your contributions. Welcome to the Senate. I'm sure you'll make a great, great addition, and we look forward to discussing the national issues of the day. Welcome, welcome, and it's good to see you. As Steve Harvey would say, Madam President, now that we don't got that out the way, Madam President, I was expecting, from Senator Courtney that he would introduce this bill with an apology. The last time when we debated the last appropriation bill, he said, you will hear the lawbreakers from over there. And he made certain pronouncements.
Senator Michael Perfy,
I'll tie it in, Madam
come
President.
to the content of the bill.
I'll tie it in, Madam President. It's all related. It's all related. Because they're doing here exactly what they criticized us for.
Again, Senator Michael Perfy, can we stick to the content of the bill?
Madam President, I'm sticking to the contents of the bill.
Can we so do?
Yes, Madam President. With due respect and with all deference to you, I certainly won't punch a wall and blame the police. But with due respect, Madam President, I think whenever we discuss a bill, there's always the build-up discussion that would lead to the overall concept of what this is. We see what the government is doing. We have to debate about what they're doing here. What they're doing here is coming to the Honorable Senate to provide for monies that have already been pledged.
Senator Michael Perfy, please be mindful of Section 2, and I bring it to your attention. You make mention that it is an expectation, which is so, that there would be a leading up to the bill, but this is no ordinary bill. This bill is here, and we wish to focus solely on the content simply because it cannot be said in this honorable chamber that anything can give the slightest indication of something that can unravel that is likely to be used by any of the parties in the court to support or undermine their case from either side. And so, again, under ordinary circumstances, one would allow certain debates, certain contribution to the debate. But for this particular bill, which is before the court, I'm asking again to kindly stay focused on the content of the bill.
Madam President, I've not only been in the Senate since 2017, but I'm also an officer of the court. I fully appreciate not discussing matters that would somehow make my pronunciations or presentations be prejudicial to a court process. Madam President, without diminishing this body, I don't think the courts have ever allowed themselves to be prejudiced by what we see. And I'm not saying that I will do anything to try to attempt to prejudice any judicial process. But Madam President, I am very aware that what I'm about to say will in no way cause any prejudicial effect to the court proceeding concerning this appropriation. And Madam President, if the government was so sensitive about pronouncements in Parliament concerning this appropriation, then maybe they should not have brought it. Since they want to respect the court so much and respect the process so much, then delay this until the court has completed its process. If you really care about not making any pronouncements in the National Assembly that will affect the case, it's simple. Withdraw it. Withdraw it. And then there can be no debate on it and no risk of anybody saying anything that would upset the court. Madam President, I understand the standing order very well. I tried to enforce it very well when I was Speaker of the House. Madam President, I'm aware of it. But Madam President, we have a job in here too. And with due respect to the court, I can assure you I will say nothing that could in any way be prejudicial to the court proceedings. But Madam President, the government will not come here and ask the people to put $1.5 million in the hands of the stevedores and we are not to debate on that at all. That cannot be happening, Madam President.
It is not the intention to stifle the debate in any way, shape, or form, Senator Michael Perry. What we intend to do here is to allow the debate, but because the matter is before the court, it is my intent to confine the debate solely to the content to ensure, and I do appreciate your assurances, I do appreciate the fact that you have been Speaker as well as that you're an attorney, but that in itself does not in any way, to my mind and in my opinion, indicate that what you may say may not be used. It may be your intention to not do so, but at the end of the day, when matters are in front of the court, attorneys have the right to use whatever means that they so choose in their particular case. All I'm asking for this particular bill is for you to confine your comments, your contribution to the content of the bill. That is all.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we're looking at our fourth appropriation and one that is just about 2 weeks away from the budget for 2022-2023. But this appropriation, Madam President, is starting a trend or continuing a concept that the government has that the government needs to be very careful of. It started with the central bank, or it was an amendment to the Finance and Audit Act or the Central Bank Act earlier last year. Legislation where the central bank could essentially take part in private enterprise with bailing out certain businesses and getting their assets and liabilities and taking it on for the purposes of entering the private arena. Madam President, nobody will ever object to anybody in this society receiving $1.5 million for a group of workers from the government. Who can object to that? It's another trend that this government likes to do. You bring an appropriation with a bunch of foolishness, and then you put in there some funding for dialysis. So if you object to the appropriation, then you're saying you're objecting to dialysis. Madam President, what I see here, what this bill represents to me, is the government interfering in private enterprise. The government has no business paying out money to one of two parties in a private dispute.
Senator Michael Perfit,
Madam
can
President,
we...
this has nothing to do with the case, Madam
You are
President.
now speaking about parties. Let us focus on the bill, the content
Yes,
of the
that's what I'm
bill.
doing, Madam President. I'm saying the government,
Confine ourselves to the content of the bill.
Madam President, the government is giving out $1.5 million in a dispute between two private individuals. Since when does the government engage in making settlements in private affairs? That goes to the heart of this appropriation, Madam President. This government, there's a dispute. There's an issue I have with the way this is being done because government has no business in this.
Focus on
Madam
the
President, I am
bill
focusing.
and the content of the bill.
Madam President.
You are going to a matter which is a dispute, a matter which may have implications to what is before the court.
Madam President, what I'm saying is not before the court, Madam President.
I recognize the point of order.
Madam President, you have taken the time to explain the situation relevant to this bill to the entire Senate. You have intervened on 4 occasions in the debate and the contribution by Senator Perfit to stop him.
What's the point of order? You go to the section and read the point of order, man. You already introduced the bill. You spoke about utterings of the Chief Justice and then you can't come here and say what's going on with this matter?
Senator, kindly have your seat.
The one thing Senator Perfit will learn is that try as much as he will never ever be able to tell me what to do or when to do it. Madam President, I rise to bring to the attention of the Senate Standing Order 84. Standing Order 84 says the general authority of the President. The President shall have power to regulate the conduct of business in all matters not provided for in these standing orders. The decision in all cases for which these standing orders do not provide shall lie within the discretion of the President and shall not be open to challenge. Senator Perfit is a serial violator of the standing orders. He is challenging the decision you have made as to the breadth of this debate. Madam President, I ask that he be brought to order and respect the ruling of the chair.
I did not hear a point of order at all.
Again, I will say this. It's my final statement to you on this matter, Senator Michael Perfit. Again, I will impress upon you the decision as to whether the matter is likely to be used by the parties to the case to support or to undermine the case of either side, and therefore prejudice the interests of the parties thereto. It is in the opinion of the chair. That is stated in section 2. Again, I am asking if you can confine your conversation, your contribution, your statements to the content of the bill. That is what I am asking. You may proceed, Senator.
Madam President, I am not talking about the case. I am not talking about the case at all. What I am talking about, I have read the pleadings from the case. I knew they would have come with this. I have read the pleadings of the case. I've studied everything for the case. I made sure I did that to ensure that when I came here to speak, I said nothing about the case. I am not talking about the case at all. I'm talking about policy. I'm talking about government policy. I'm not talking about whether or not it come out a contingency fund or consolidated revenue. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about government policy. The policy of the government, Madam President, cannot be that they see a dispute and go in and put money into that dispute, especially when they don't have the authority to settle that dispute. I'm not talking about the case at all. I'm talking about the government opening up the floodgates when it has a policy. So if the teachers get involved with some other union or some other entity, the government will come and compensate. Again, it is the policy of government providing resources and monies to entities involved in disputes that doesn't concern government and that government cannot fix. That's what I'm talking about, Madam President. I'm not talking about the case. I'm not talking about the case at all. That's for them to solve. My argument and my submission to the Senate, Madam President, is exactly that. Government will stay out of that. Stay out of that. Have no business with that dispute at all because you're not in that dispute.
Again, Senator, can we, yes, but can we go back to the content of the bill? You're going outside the content of the bill.
Madam President, I am talking about the bill. I am saying, Madam President, that the government think people smart, think people stupid. They think they're smart and we stupid. They know that nobody in their right mind will go against Steve Widows getting $1.5 million. But the argument has to be made. Then why stop at the Steve Widows? Why not give the cane farmers $2 million? Why not give the citrus workers $5 million? Why not give other sectors of the society money? Why not give back public servants their 10%? Why are you getting involved in private affairs? That's the policy that I'm debating, Madam President, not the case. Why? Shut up and learn something, you know. What I'm talking about is this. Because I'm seeing a trend, Madam President. My concern comes from this. There's another case that I won't talk about either in the court. Just to show you that I am attacking government policy. Not the case where the Attorney General's ministry is representing farmers in a private matter.
Senator Michael
You shouldn't do
Percy,
that.
you are going outside the scope of the bill.
Madam President.
This is my final warning to you that if you do not stick to the content of the bill, let us not talk of other cases. Let us focus on the content of the bill. If we do not do so, then I will have to ask you to take your seat.
Madam President, if I'm allowed to say this, because this matter is so sensitive, and I don't know what we can debate and say 1,500, maybe, you know, when the Romans were making numbers, they should have put a 5 before a 1. What will we debate? If the matter is so sensitive, Madam President, if the matter is so sensitive, then why bring it here? Then why? If we can't even debate, if we can't even mention it, then why bring it? Wait till the court case is finished, then you bring it? Wait. What's the rush? What's the rush? You are putting monies for a matter that they may not even get. So why the rush? Since we can't even talk about it. But I just want for the record, Madam President, that's even though the leader of government was quoting what the former Chief Justice was saying orally in a case and all that the last time we were here, Madam President. He was quoting from the Chief Justice's words in court, and the matter was still live because they went to court front of the current Chief Justice to get that validated, and she ran them away. She ran them away. So Don't come and play all pious like you are above mentioning court matters in this chamber. That's what you specialize in. And now all of a sudden, we can't even debate the policy of a matter to give people money from the government coffers for a private enterprise. I repeat, Madam President, that my debate is this. The government needs to stop using its resources to interfere to try to settle private matters that don't concern the government. You need to stop, because then you open the floodgates for everybody who has a dispute in the private sector to say, well, just like how you're bailing out, you can come bail we out too. It is not a good precedent. It is not a good precedent, especially in the face of a court case. So sensitive, we can't even talk about it in Parliament. So then don't pull it back. Pull it back. There's an injunction anyway, pull it back. Pull back the matter, and then we don't have to debate at all. But how can you bring a matter here and can't even debate the policy of it or the principles of it? No, man. So, Madam President, why is this a sensitive one for, no? Normally, when a ball and face, say that what about this got to know so nervous? This one got to know jumpy, man. Madam President, the government needs to stay out of private enterprise. Let private entities deal with their matters. And that's all I have to say, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few comments, which I hope will be in line with your earlier warning. We believe that the stevedores are deserving. And so we have no issue in terms of this matter being addressed. I believe we maybe when there was the thought of privatization of the port, we probably weren't thinking this far, and we weren't expecting some of...
Senator, bring it to the bill and the content of the bill.
I'll do that, Madam President. But I'm just trying to point out that we didn't look that far down the road, and so we are here now having to approve 1.5 million. And while some may say that that's a lot, it's a huge amount, it may not be deserving, we believe that it's more than deserving because it will not cover what these stevedores will have to endure going forward. And so I listened, Madam President, just a bit of what was said in the House. And I know that there were some concerns when the matter was raised of, the government abiding by Finance and Audit Reform Act. As unions who have always worked to ensure that government is accountable and government does what is right, despite the fact that we support, we have to remind government that it ought to ensure that it abides by these acts and do things when they are supposed to be done and not have to come after the fact. I believe that as trade unions, the work that we have been doing, as I said, while we certainly approve and we support, we have to make that reminder. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March, 2022 be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March, 2022.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further capitalize the Central Bank of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, we had addressed or touched on this in a previous Senate meeting where we increased we made an appropriation for the increased capitalization of the bank. This amends the Central Bank Act to allow for that, to bring the capital of the bank up to 50 million. And also the bill seeks to give power to the central bank to make investments wider than it does have the power that it has at the current time. But those investments must be of investment grade, which are defined in the legislation, and also to create the General Reserve Fund. It is, Madam President, a piece of legislation designed to strengthen the capacity of the central bank to intervene if and when necessary, and also to invest monies which it holds.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm hoping there isn't a Supreme Court case on this matter.
This is an ordinary bill.
Okay.
The preceding bill was
nothing
not
ordinary about that
an
last one. I agree,
bill.
Madam President. There was nothing
You
ordinary
may
about
proceed, Senator Michael
that.
Perfy.
Nothing ordinary about that. Madam President, I don't have an issue with the bill. Senator Montero, listen. I don't have an issue with the bill. However, I am hearing two things from the government, and I heard two things from the Prime Minister. There's no doubt the was capitalized to about $30 million before, and I think we're raising it to 50 now. Even though the central bank was never a part of the executive, yet the government always took most of the profits of the central bank. I think in the history of the profits of the central bank, the government has probably taken about 90%. And I think what this bill does is say, listen, you need to leave some cash flow with the central bank, a minimum of 30%. You listen? Listen. So that, you can never argue with strengthening the regulator. You can also never argue if the regulator is going to move in and try to, I don't want to say bail out banks, but try to assist banks in the event that there are tough times. You want the regulator to be able to use assets that are other than the currently legally allowed assets to use as collateral. Am I correct, Senator Corey? So in the past, you could only use treasury bills or notes or safe investments. But now if you're going to be taking on liability for some of these financial institutions, it is natural that the central bank would have to be allowed to take on other collateral other than just treasury bills and notes, like maybe even mortgages or debentures or shares in other companies, stuff like that. Listen, pay attention, watch me. But I heard something interesting in the House, Madam President, because when I speak to people in the financial sector, it reflected what the Prime Minister said, and I'm just wondering. Because the Prime Minister said there was a period of time when, if you put it, in a way, people were being forgiven for paying their loans. You weren't required to. It was a pandemic, and people were being given certain leeway to, we extend your next 2 months. You don't have to pay next month, you can pay it, stuff like that. But there is a concern. There is a concern that going forward, and this was said by the Prime Minister in the House, that if these people continue to not pay, you kind of run the risk of having a liquidity problem within the banking system. And so if you have a liquidity problem in the banking system, and these banks would need assistance, the central bank itself would have to be strong enough to give that assistance. Therefore, this piece of legislation. I can understand you're making a preemptive strike with this act for the economy. You want to have the central bank protect the banks so they can protect themselves from liquidity problems and then protect people who are depositors. But I don't understand that. So I would like for the Minister of State to clear up what the real story is. Because the Prime Minister said, across the land, a new day is dawning. The economy is bouncing back. Belizeans are returning to work in large numbers, larger numbers than ever before. The Belize dollar is strong again. Default and devaluation have been averted, and the confidence of the state and those she serves is being restored. But hearing those words from the newly minted doctor, the recipient of the Order of the Perpetuous Clouds, man, a lot of things that the whole cloud. So then why the need to say two things? If things are bright and people are working, then people can pay their loans. So why the need to worry about a liquidity crisis? Which is it? Goes on to say this. Belize's 2021 national economic rebound may be as high as 12.5%. It pains me to repeat this, Madam President, but that's just a part of the debate. According to the IMF, twice the rate of the Latin American and Caribbean regions. In fact, save for Guyana and its crude oil bonanza, Belize is the fastest growing economy amongst all countries in North, Central, South America, and the Caribbean. We are the baddest of the baddest in this whole hemisphere. So then why are you worried about a liquidity crisis? If things so good and you're anticipating a humming of the economy, why do you need to urgently buff up the central bank to help commercial banks with a liquidity crisis that, according to you, is not here? Because this is what you said. This is what the good doctor said. Our overall budget performance for this fiscal year will be $527 million better than the last fiscal year. The country's 174,000 strong employee labor force is the highest ever. Wow. A well-capitalized banking system brims with almost $700 million of liquidity, poised to fund a private sector boom. But he's saying in one breath that the banks have so much liquidity that they are poised to fund a private sector boom. But yes, yet you're saying you're worried about a liquidity crisis that you need to bolster up the central bank. Which is it? Which is it? I can't even read anymore, Madam President. That's the point I want to make. What is the real story? Are we liquid or are we not liquid? To be or not to be? Or as Honorable Dean will say, you're either a duppy or a gunman. You can't be both. Make up your mind. Are we flush with cash Or do we have to brace for a cash shortage? Which one is it? Please explain, sir. Thank you. No, you.
President, the Honorable Senator doesn't want to hear me, but he will have to. You see, he talked about doctor. When you listen to him, the one thing we're certain of, he will never be a doctor. When you listen to people in New York, people like Wayne, AJ Mediarata, you know who the AJ Mediarata? Yeah. That's for him, Professor. The guy who he worked with, who, well, I'm going to save it for the budget. What? I'll save it for the budget. Madam President, people at sixth form take economics. And in the first week, probably the second day, they explain the difference between the real economy, they explain the difference between the public sector, the private sector, the financial sector. When you were teaching the good senator, or ethic, you are a failure at economics. Madam President, the situation is very simple, and I will not go into specifics. There are banks and there are banks. There are loans and there are loans. Not all banks are performing the same way. Not all loans are performing the same way. This is designed, first of all, to raise the capital base of the central bank in the event it has to intervene. As I said on the last occasion, the hope is that it will not have to intervene. It is abundantly clear to anyone except Senator Perry that there are businesses, individual businesses, and persons who continue to struggle. This piece of legislation is being proactive. It was strongly recommended by the central bank itself. The central bank called for it. It just so happens that when I have a choice between following the advice and the voice of the governor of the central bank and Senator Perry, Governor of the Central Bank win any time. Senator Perry seeks to be alarmist. He seeks to misrepresent and miscompare the real economy and the performance of the economy under the leadership of the Right Honorable John Bresenio, Dr. John Bresenio, Dr. John Bresenio, Dr. John Bresenio.
May we kindly refrain from the interruptions?
Not yet. Patience. Coming. Madam President, I commend the bill to the Senate. It is designed to enable the central bank to intervene if it needs to, and also to build up its own capital base by transferring 30% of its profit to the reserve fund, and also to give it more flexibility with its investment. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further capitalize the Central Bank of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further capitalize the Central Bank of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Development Finance Corporation Act, Chapter 279 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to widen the scope of the corporation's purpose, to provide for a period of limitation, to provide for penalties and punishment for directors and officers of the corporation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill has been under exhaustive consideration by the Cabinet and the Development Finance Corporation. It seeks, first of all, to expand the sectors of the economy and the scope of areas in which the corporation can make its investment. Thereafter, Madam President, it seeks to, and that is being consistent with the policy of the government trying to drive the economy, as was reported and quoted just now by Senator Perrafit. We want to continue that. And then it seeks, Madam President, to create certain protections for directors and persons who are executive directors, etc., other officers of the corporation. Madam President, with your permission, Senator Koyi is intimately involved in this, and if with your permission, I would ask that Senator Koyi be allowed to make his contribution.
I recognize Senator Chris Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I start, I would also like to express my congratulations to Senator Chanona. I know the leader of government business had mentioned that she has high standards to live up to, with her father having served. But I would say I'm confident that she will meet those high standards because she comes from good stock. And I highlight that not only because of Mr. Chanona, but because of his wife, Ms. Myrtle Chanona. Madam President, with respect to the DFC amendment bill, I would like to give a quick little context on the bill and how we have arrived here today. A little over a decade ago, the DFC was in financial distress, had many challenges that it faced, and the legislation was effectively replaced. The legislation that governed the DFC at that time was effectively replaced to bring a far more stringent governance structure that was required at the time. And I think that that came out of processes that involved the Caribbean Development Bank. That legislative framework with the strong governance structures worked well in restoring the credibility of the institution, ensuring prudential behavior, but at the same time, it was recognized over a period of, let's say, 5 years, that it was restrictive in the way that it allowed the DFC to operate. So when the CDB themselves were doing a review of their $20 million financing of the DFC, they noted that there was a restrictive approach in the law that was hindering the ability of the DFC to properly function. So they engaged a legislative consultant, and the legislative consultant bore out what the management was highlighting. And it is through that process that years ago, these proposed amendments were pulled together. in effect, what the DFC found, or what the legislative consultant found, was that the law was too prescriptive in nature. And so it handicapped what the DFC could do, who he could lend to. And I should say the results have proven out in the sense of the financial performance of the DFC. So when we speak to those numbers, 6 of the last 7 years, DFC has suffered losses, consistently suffering losses. Simple things. The DFC, in terms of how it is to operate, is restricted on as to who it can lend. It can effectively only lend to what is deemed the unbankable, and that is specified in the law. So it immediately puts the DFC in a position where it has to take the higher risk, but at the same time, not be able to lend at higher rates. As much as it is that the DFC has been seen as being expensive to borrow from, the fact of the matter is the risk associated with the type of lending is far more excessive than what it can or who it can lend to. So the impact has been substantial on its balance sheet, on its income performance, its overall financial performance. I would say in 2019, just to highlight, the DFC lost $3.3 million. Sorry, 2018. In 2019, it lost $1.8 million. So those losses keep mounting. Under the new leadership of Honorable Dr. John Briceño, a new board was installed, a forward-looking board, led by the chairman, Mr. Henry Anderson. A lot of work has been done, one recognizing that DFC has to be stronger, has to present a stronger balance sheet in order for it to be able to raise funding at a lower cost. The government obliged in that initiative, that request from the DFC, which I should mention had been raised by the past management, the past board, to the past UDP administration, but unfortunately was never acted upon. This administration acted upon that request, that recommendation, and it amounted, what the result was the largest single equity investment in the history of the DFC by this PUP administration, over $30 million. That investment in the DFC puts the DFC in a financial position that is stronger than most of the banks in Belize now. That injection as well creates liquidity for the DFC, enhances its net working capital, and allows the DFC to lend more and at reduced rates. The effect has been immediate in the performance of the DFC, moving from that loss, not reaching the position of profitability yet, but bringing it to near profitability. I think as of the end of 2021, the expected loss would be around $300,000. The projection going forward for this fiscal year is that it will be profitable and profitable going forward. Now, the goal is not to be profitable as a development finance institution, but to cover its costs. Not to go bankrupt, but to be able to provide financing, development financing at affordable rates, not at 9, 10, 11%, but at maybe 6 or 7%. That's the goal, and I believe a resolution was brought recently, a few months ago, supporting the $30 million loan by the IDB to the DFC to support those financing, especially for MSMEs and gender-based for women. That loan was at 1.31% per annum. So clearly, that enables the DFC to be in a position to lend at a lot cheaper, more affordable rates. The DFC is now in a position that it can provide a more varied scope of facilities. But that gets us back into this bill. And what this bill seeks to achieve. In effect, the focus here is one on, as simple as it might sound, the purpose of the DFC. As I mentioned before, and I would read it here, what is the purpose of the DFC as it states in Section 4 of the current Act? The purposes of the corporation shall be to expand and strengthen the economy of Belize by providing funding on an economically sustainable and environmentally acceptable basis to those individuals or groups of individuals seeking finances for specifically approved purposes and who would otherwise be unable to fund their requirements from other sources on reasonable terms and conditions. As simple as that is restrictive because it limits to whom the DFC can lend, to the unbankable in effect. So that's when we look at the first set of amendments, that purpose of the DFC is expanded. Not to say that it is limited, but it includes those persons who would otherwise be unable to get financing. Beyond that, the bill seeks to deal with the prescriptive components currently laid out in the legislation as it currently stands. It looks to ensure that the board itself has that power of oversight. In no way does it seek to limit the board's power or take any power away from the board. But at the same time, it provides a level of flexibility for the board to make the decisions rather than the legislation to decide that the payment, as a simple example, let's say executive management were to lend $500,000, approve a loan for $500,000 under their delegated authority. No disbursement of that $500,000 could be made in excess of $100,000 unless there was payment under the joint signature of the chairman and a member of the board. That in itself is overly restrictive. And that is one of those items that are addressed in this draft bill. The bill also seeks to address and provide a little bit of flexibility for loan restructuring. The Honorable Senator had highlighted concerns over the forbearance measures and the loans that are restructured coming out of the pandemic. That's a present issue, not only for the banking system or the banks, but also for the DFC and other financial institutions. Looking at that, it is obvious that in many instances there will need to be loan restructurings. And for that purpose, it is important that there is, again, a level of flexibility with the oversight of the board, but a level of flexibility to allow executive management to conduct restructurings. So that is also covered under this DFC amendment bill. On a whole, these amendments seek to enhance the efficient and effective delivery of DFC's financial products, and by extension, contributing to the sustainable growth of the Belizean economy. It in no way interferes with the governance framework as it relates to the protection of DFC's assets. Management, DFC's council, past and present, the legal advisory committee, the board, past and present, and the legal draftspersons have all reviewed these amendments and are of the opinion that the proposed amendments pose no significant risk to the assets and the sound management of the corporation, or will in any manner compromise the sound governance structure of the DFC. I remain available if there are any further questions, but in summary, that is our presentation on this bill. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Michael Murphy.
Thanks, Madam President. I don't like when Senator Cowie introduces bills, you know. I don't get up with the same fireman. I don't want to quarrel. Senator Courtney, please lead the bills from here on. Madam President, we support the direction that the government is going in and the concept that they want to capture. But just when you say PUP and DFC, we get nervous, you know. You talk about equity for $13 million. Man, past PUP administration, you know, $30 million in a one day. And those are the things that concern us when you hear PUP and DFC. It even rhyme. Madam President, we did not object to the loan motion earlier because we did see that some of it would be going into the developmental process of the economy, and we would encourage that. And so we will see how you will perform. We will see what will be the way going forward. And so one of the ways we can see how you perform is by your audited financials. We need, and I think that there's one part of the bill that is kind of open-ended that I'm not comfortable with personally, but I guess it will be addressed by the board somehow. I noticed, though, before that, at the section 8 of the Principal Act, which is the amendment number 6, paragraph 18, subparagraph 18. In execution of the business of the corporation, no director or executive manager participating in the decision-making process of the board or its subcommittees shall be liable for any loss to the corporation arising by any reason of any improper investment made in good faith, save and except for willful fraud or wrongdoing or recklessness. The word improper there, I would suggest that we remove, in the sense that if you haven't done anything with any willful fraud or anything wrong or anything reckless, then you should not be held liable. But it just seems to me kind of contradictory that you can make an improper investment in good faith. And I guess it's just English. Like I say, I was reading it carefully because a PUP, they bring a DFC bill, we have to be careful. And then, Madam President, the Section 9 of the Principal Act that is being amended, the 7th Amendment. I think we go to subsection, I think it's Section 9, subsection G, the proviso, when it comes to the provision of audited financial statements. It says, provided that in the event of a natural disaster or pandemic, the corporation shall have an additional 3 months to furnish to the minister and central bank the audited financial statements of the corporation. So you have like 3 months. If you have a pandemic, or if you have a natural disaster, you're given an extra 3 months, which is reasonable. But we don't want the DFC to be able to blame the pandemic for everything, because suppose you declare that the pandemic never done. It creates an open-ended situation where the public can have no access to your audited financial statements, because it says here at the second proviso, in the event that the additional time contained herein is not sufficient, which is the 3 months, the board may make a request in writing to the minister and the central bank for an extension of time to furnish the audited financial statements of the corporation to the minister and the central bank. But it doesn't give a time limit. So DFC can say, we're not produce no audited financials because we're in a pandemic. So under the law, you have 3 months. But if the 3 months is not enough, the DFC could write to the minister and say, Minister, I need more time, And the minister said, I give you more time. Now, when the minister gives you more time, in addition to that 3 months, there is no limit on that time. And we would like to see a limit be put on that time, like an additional proviso or whatever to say, provided that any extension of time given by the minister shall not exceed an additional 3 months or an additional 6 months. Because you don't want it be open-ending, it's 2025, a new UDP government is in power, and then, glad I just accept that. And then we're still waiting for audited financials from 2022. This is what I'm saying. So I think that there should be a time limit on what amount of time the minister can give for the production of the financial statements. And I think Senator Bradley will have more contributions to this bill, but I just wanted to make those. But I also wanted to say, because this bill not being like that first special bill, a little leeway was given, and Senator Cowie spoke about broader financial avenues. I would say to the government, there's a way you can offer some new relief. Like what we used to do when we were in government with the DFC. If you're a student or you have a small loan non-performing, it's below $50,000, wipe off that loan. Many people are upset because of the PUP get wiped off, but we never care. It was necessary during that time. So I would suggest that a good way to give students a break would be that if you have a loan left with the DFC and it was for school and it is not a big amount, then wipe that off, man. So people can get a break and have more disposable income to spend for the economy. So the multiplier effect kicks in with the expenditure of each piece of money you have available now that you don't have to pay a loan and you're just starting to work out in life. You're listening. Right? So I'll just a suggestion I will make, Madam President, but those are my concerns with the DFC.
I recognize Senator Darrell Bradley.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to offer my contributions to this piece of legislation. Just building from the leader of opposition business. In principle, the policy as explained by the Honorable Senator Cowie, there's no difficulty in it. We all know that in these times of the COVID reality, there is an interest and a necessity to grow the economy. And I listened to his presentation, and I am in support of the policy direction that there has to be more effort on the part of government to infuse resources in the private sector, including the productive sector. One of the things that I will say, though, and he mentioned in his presentation, the Honorable Senator did, that the bill or the legislation is restrictive, and it restrains vision and innovation in wanting to pump monies into the economy and grow jobs and whatever for the benefit of the Belizean people. I just caution that there is a reason for that restriction. And in terms of the policy of ensuring that there is adequate accountability and transparency, that also is an important concern. One of the things that did strike me quite openly from reading the amendment is, and Senator Cowie mentioned it when he read the purpose of the legislation. The original purpose of the legislation is to strengthen the economy of Belize by providing funding. The amendment widens that purpose, and this concerns me because it includes by providing guarantees and funding, so that at one level, I am supportive of the view of providing widened opportunities to the DFC to have an impact in the economic sector. But that widening of the powers has to come with adequate oversight. There has been a history with regard to the DFC, and there has been a history in terms of governmental conduct when it comes to guarantees. I read through the full original version of the bill, and there is reference in the current version of the bill to guarantees. It's mentioned in at least one other section where it talks about government and local authority and so forth. But the purpose of the bill, and putting that in the introduction to say that this bill now, in addition to providing funding, a purpose of this bill is to provide guarantees. And then also you make it clear in that same section 4 at G by giving an express power to provide guarantees. The point that I'm making here is that we do not have a problem with the policy of the government, but we think as equally important as a policy is the original intent of the bill to ensure that those who lead the Development Finance Corporation, while they will invest and drive certain economic sectors, those are sufficiently scrutinized. And this notion of providing guarantees without adequate provisions to ensure that that is properly scrutinized and there's oversight and accountability with regard to a very broad power to give guarantees. To me, that is of great concern. You're widening the purpose of the bill from providing loans, which is a specific financial product, to providing guarantees, which is another financial product, but we have a history of problems when the government has given guarantees. One of the things that I will say as a corollary to that is I note in relation to the amendment in the section 10 of this piece of legislation, where it deals with under the section 15 of the original bill. So the amendment at section 10 speaks about any agreement, contract, or other instrument effecting any borrowing or loan to the corporation of or above the equivalent of $5 million shall only be validly entered into pursuant to a resolution of the National Assembly. This is an example where I'm talking about accountability and oversight. You're extending the powers of the Development Finance Corporation by providing for guarantees, but you could have, and I know that section 15 is limited to borrowing, so that section only deals with borrowing. But if you're expanding it to guarantees, you could have provided in there as an additional safeguard that because a guarantee itself has the same effect as a borrowing because it creates a charge on the funds of the Development Finance Corporation, that there's an oversight trigger there. That if you have a guarantee that exposes the DFC to a certain amount, $5 million, that equally would have a trigger that there would be a requirement for such an agreement to seek legislative approval. The point that I'm making here is we don't have a difficulty in relation to the policy of the bill, but in relation to the parts of the bill that provide for accountability and transparency. Even in relation to this amendment itself, there could have been stronger language to provide for safeguards, especially in relation to a power of giving a guarantee. So somebody will come to the DFC and somebody will say, I have a loan from Scotiabank, but I need a guarantee from the Development Finance Corporation. I've already had a loan, but I need a guarantee. That itself, while I may appreciate the policy behind it and circumstances when that is appropriate, that power needs to be controlled. We have been down that road before as it relates to the DFC. There's a reason why the legislation was written in the fashion and putting on certain chains in respect to the actions of government. The second thing that I wish to address is in relation to section 6F of the amendment bill. And this is the area, section 6F, which speaks about this limitation. In the execution of the business of the corporation, no director or executive manager participating in the decision-making process of the board or its subcommittees shall be liable for any loss to the corporation arising by reason of any improper investment made in good faith, save and except for willful fraud, wrongdoing, or recklessness. The difficulty that I have with that, going from the point mentioned by the leader of opposition business, my concern is specifically in relation to the standards. Willful fraud, wrongdoing, and recklessness. That seems, to my view, to run in contradiction to another section of the bill, which is section 15. So there is a section which limits the liability of directors except in cases of willful fraud, wrongdoing, and recklessness. But section 26, which I would commend the government for including this amendment because it holds officers and so forth accountable in terms of penalties and restitution and so forth. Where a director or officer of the corporation causes loss to the corporation due to fraudulent, willful, or negligent breach of the regulation. So what I'm saying there is that those two provisions are contradictory because, not necessarily that they're contradictory, but the standard is different. The standard is different. So one standard is recklessness. So you shall not be held accountable except for recklessness. Whereas in section 26, you are liable for negligence, which is a lower standard. So it confuses the intent of holding directors and officers accountable by providing in one breath a limitation, an exemption. You shall only be liable in cases of recklessness, but you are liable for negligence. one of the things that I would say here is that the standard should be the same, and we would support the standard being lower. That the standard there should be the same standard as the first, so that you would be liable for fraud, not willful fraud. To my mind, what is willful fraud? You're liable for fraud. You're liable for fraud and you're liable for negligence. So that in both sections, it should have the same standard. And again, I would say that people who are appointed to the board of directors of the Development Finance Corporation or the executive management team, those people should have the same liabilities as directors in regular companies. So a director in a regular company is liable for negligence. You are a professional, you owe a fiduciary duty. You're not liable for recklessness. That's too high of a standard. And so the point that I'm making here is that it's important to keep the policy in terms of the DFC Act as to that duality. You want robust economic investment, but you also want adequate policing of the powers in the legislation. And you want to make sure that there is appropriate measures for accountability and transparency. One of the things that I will say is that I do agree that the bill expands the power, but there could have been much more deliberate and stronger efforts to make sure that that undercurrent, the reason why we were there before, that does not happen again. So in respect to this issue of the guarantee and the powers in relation to the guarantee, and proposing to government that considering that perhaps maybe the issuing of a guarantee above a certain threshold, say $5 million, that would need legislative approval. That is a matter for the government. And then also in relation to the standardization of a consistent duty of care for officers and directors so that there could be no confusion in the bill as to when you would be liable. You're liable for fraud, wrongdoing, and negligence. And that would be the standard. Those are my contributions.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few comments and maybe a bit of a clarification, please, as we move forward. But Madam President, please permit me to welcome my colleague, Senator Chanona. I am elated that we have another female amongst us, and so yes, it does. It does. It doesn't matter to you, but it does to us. So welcome, Senator, and we look forward to working with you, and we look forward to good things going forward. Yes, we love all the men in the Senate as well, Senator Perifit. Okay. Madam President, I noted a comment made by Senator Coyne in his presentation, and he spoke to the fact that the DFC has consistently suffered losses. I believe we can accept that is so. In going through this bill, Madam President, we had gotten some feedback from some of our members and employees at the DFC, and they have indeed attested to the fact of what Senator Koye spoke about. I know that oftentimes we don't like to point fingers. In their view, they believe, it's on account of several things, maybe lack of strategy, probably decision making by the board at times maybe a little bit too slow, probably lack of leadership. Whatever the reason may be, we believe that what we have before us today in terms of in this bill, we can support. However, we have just a few, as I said before, just a few explanations, if you will, that we would like to get from Leader of Government Business, I believe. The matter of the guarantees is a concern as well, and I won't go into any detail because my colleague has spoken about that. On page 5 at D, we note that there were 2 signatures, I know it's only requiring 1, that's a bit of a concern because, you know, when you have only one person, that can create some issues. Also, the matter of the extension of the time in terms of the additional time, that's a concern as well. And so if there could be some limit placed on that one, then that would be appreciated. And then, I'm not sure what is going to be the response to 15A here, but at 2, where it says the corporation may postpone sinking fund contributions for such periods of time as may be approved by the minister. The question that I was given was, why not by the board? Why by the minister? So maybe that can be clarified as well. And then finally, if we can maybe give some sort of an explanation or reasoning for the 10-year at 27-1, after the expression of the 10 years, why 10 years? I believe my colleagues would want for that to be a longer period rather than just 10 years. So if I can get those responses, that would assist. But all in all, Madam President, we do support. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you very much, Madam President. If I may, I'd like to join my colleagues in welcoming Senator Chanona as well. We look forward to working with you, Senator Chanona, and congratulations on your election to the Senate. Election meaning your group had elected you to come in here. Madam President, there's not much to not like about this bill. I think it's certainly a move in the right direction. I think the bill addresses issues of the DFC's sustainability by expanding the candidates for financing. And by that I mean that you're moving away from that constraining high-risk group to an expanded group of potential candidates for financing. And so I certainly think that is a good move, simply because you're moving from high risk, and when you're dealing with high risk, as what Minister Koi mentioned, or Senator Koi mentioned a little earlier, it's problematic in many ways with respect to collections, with respect to what you can do, and so by expanding that, I think you're also addressing the sustainability of the DFC. Any developing country, probably one of the most important institutions in these countries is to have a local development bank. Not all private sector entities are at the same level. Some are very capable of going to the commercial banks, raising loans. They have the collateral, they have the means of repayment. But then there are others, especially in the productive sector, where there's a need for some additional consideration with respect to breaks, concessionary loan terms, low interest rates. But one of the things that these development banks also offer, Madam President, is they offer technical assistance. Normally, commercial banks don't bother with that type of thing. And so it's an extremely important development mechanism that we have in this country, which is one of the reasons why I was so very critical when the DFC was running into the problems that they were over a decade ago, because I thought that it was completely unnecessary. And we need to have this type of institution healthy to be able to assist and contribute to the development of this country. And so I'm very glad and supportive of the work that Senator Coy and the board of the DFC have been doing. And I hope that this continues. Like I said, the productive sector really needs this type of assistance. One of the most critical needs in this country with respect to the private sector right now is not only access to financing, but access to appropriate financing with respect to loan term, interest rates, and the type of assistance that technical assistance that a development bank provides. There are only two little things I think I would like to address with respect to the bill, Madam President, and I think both have been brought up already. I know Senator Coy mentioned about the signatures part and that it was very constraining or restrictive. But I really believe that since we're not talking about necessarily an executive board, I believe that the general manager of the institution should be very much involved with any type of signature with respect to loans. The board is the policy level of the bank. The general manager operates at the operational level. And so I fail to appreciate that the general manager would not be a part of that signatory process. So that is the first point I wanted to raise. And the second point is with respect, and that was section 7D, Senator Coy. The second point I'd like to raise, Madam President, is section 10. And it has been read already, but I'll just read it for context. Any agreement, contract, or other instrument affecting any borrowing or loan to the corporation or above the equivalent of $5 million shall only be validly entered into pursuant to a resolution of the National Assembly. I think the concept is good. Where I would want to comment on is with respect to the size of it, or the magnitude of what is required to go to the National Assembly. If you look at the audited financial statements of the Development Finance Corporation, it has a share capital of $32 million. If you look at the same 2020 audited financial statements and you look at the revenues of the institution, it was around $7 million. And so the $5 million, in my view, is a little high. It represents 16% of the share capital of the DFC, and perhaps that amount should be lower, given the inherent or the risk that may be involved and what taxpayers may be on the hook for should that type of should something go wrong with one of those those loans. Like I said, I think it's we're fully supportive of the bill. We certainly think that we need to do more for the private sector with respect to options for financing. And we're fully supportive of it, Madam President. Thank you.
Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to join with my colleagues in welcoming Senator Chanona. I too, like Madam President and Senator Smith, welcome the addition of another woman. I have one, if I would be permitted to share with you my position on this, taking on this challenge. Being a child of parents who accomplish great things, you don't walk in their footsteps. You have your own shoe, your own size, and you do it your way. They have laid the foundation for you, and you will do well. Don't let it overwhelm you. You will do well. Madam President, I would also like to, on this occasion, repeat it being Women's Month, and I would like to state for the record that I welcome and I appreciate the initiatives by the Honorable Speaker and yourself in moving to establish a Women's Caucus in Parliament, and we look forward to that and the many other initiatives that will come with that. Thirdly, Madam President, if you would permit me, I would like to express my gratitude to my colleagues who were very compassionate during my time of illness and as I continue on my health journey. Madam President, I would like to recognize particularly Leader of Government Business, who has from the very first moment showed his concern, interest, and care for my well-being. I'd like to recognize Senator Herrera, who had a private conversation with me that later on was it hit home. I'd like to also recognize Senator Smith, whose stature is unmatched to her personality and her compassion and the sisterhood she has shared with me in our short conversations. I would like to also recognize Senator Zhang for the same thing. Senator Zhang was very considerate and compassionate and caring towards me. I would also like to recognize Senator Bengoshe, who, although he was unsuccessful in reaching me, he did make several attempts to try to reach out to me and minister to me during those times. I would be remiss if I don't recognize and thank you, Madam President, for reaching out and making inquiries. And lastly, Madam President, I recognize Senator Montejo, who I receive with, it was quite refreshing this morning. His aura, he came to me and he shared his concern with me. I will not, though, after this moment, share what he said because I wish it to be stricken from my memory and his. And I hope that he would take the advisement of the Leader of Government Business on how to be a gentleman in addressing a lady. He has taken it. Thank you.
The Senate over which I preside.
Madam President, in terms of the Development Finance Corporation Amendment Bill, I want to indicate that I do not support it, for the record. And the reasons why I do not support it has been already referred to by my colleagues before me on this side, on the other side. And I draw the Senate's attention to the attempts made by the Leader of Government Business some time ago. When dealing with these matters, it was the intention, and I had earnestly hoped that it would have been followed through, that as a body we collectively sit and discuss it to hear our thoughts on it. And so during those discussions, it would have been the benefit of the government to hear what our concerns are and go back to the drawing board so that when we come here and we find these legislations, it would be one that is properly thought out and would have received criticisms from both sides, so that when it comes here, it goes through without hitch. Madam President, I will not repeat or go over the many indications of the difficulties with the bill as alluded to by my colleagues before me, but I have to state that the mere fact that the bill provides for guarantee is so concerning that that alone is a basis to not support the bill. While we can all say that we agree to the policy behind the bill and we support the policy behind the bill, to say that we agree to the bill is to agree to guarantees which ought to be addressed. And therefore, that is one of the reasons why I say I do not support the bill, because that needs to be addressed before it passes. And I hope that Senator Courtney, in his wisdom, because I do consider him sage, that he would pull back this bill just so that the concerns raised by us all could be addressed. And the concerns in terms of signatures, the concerns in terms of times for report, the guarantees, and the standard referred to by my colleague, and the statute of limitations, those are all things that are sufficient to halt this bill and go back to the drawing board and address them, because they're serious. And I don't want to descend into the arena and get messy and talk about the DFC and what occurred before, because it's not erased from our memory. We know. We just don't want it to happen again. No longer can we hear about these things after they happen. We are in the moment now to do something in order to prevent it. We are in the moment now to do everything that we can do to ensure that when it comes to the DFC, there will be no more scandals. When it comes to the DFC, the only concern there will be is how persons are brought to the court and prosecuted or made liable for things they have done that would be adjudged to not have been done properly. So I repeat, for the record and the benefit of the listening audience, I do not support the bill, simply because there are things in the bill which needs urgent addressing, and to say we support the bill would flout the fact that in terms of guarantees and signatures and time and the standard, that is not an issue to be addressed. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I want to start in winding up the debate on this matter by reminding the Honorable Senate of the composition of the board of the DFC. We have to be careful when we insinuate that things could or are likely to go wrong without reflecting on who would be the persons who would do the wrong. Is it the board members? Is it the officers of the corporation that we are concerned about? No minister of government, no member of the National Assembly sits on the board or works at the DFC. So who is it that we are concerned about? Whose actions? We have to be careful. The board consists of the chair, appointed by the Minister of Finance. So that's one. 5 representatives, private sector, Chamber of Commerce, Bar Association, Institute of Chartered Accountants, Association of Tertiary Level Institutions, Belize Tourism Industry Association. 3 government representatives, Financial Secretary, CEO, Economic Development, CEO, Agriculture, or their representatives. So the chairman, appointed by the minister, the FinSec, 2 CEOs. 4, majority private sector. The government of Belize does not control the board of the Development Finance Corporation, whether it is PUP government or UDP government or any other party. It is in the hands of stakeholders. So I want to say again, let's be very careful when we talk about things going wrong, because you have to ask yourself, who will do this wrongdoing? And I hope, I'm looking at the members, the individuals who sit on that board. Is it being suggested that Henry Usher, Henry Anderson is going to be involved in wrongdoing? Nikita Usher, Fermin Magana, Wayne Piper, Warren Coy, are these the people who we are saying are going to be involved in wrongdoing? Natalie Goff? I mean, let's get serious. So history has taught us that the former governance of the corporation had to change, and it was changed. We must have confidence in the representatives on that board. So that's my starting position. Secondly, I want to thank most of the persons who spoke, because, you know, Senator Perfy talked about a trend, and I noticed a trend on the other side, a schizophrenia. He gets up virtually every chance he gets. I say, I support this. However, like he got a split personality or a bucky head. Now we have a situation where he supports this bill with some concern. Senator Bradley supports the bill with some concern, and then Senator Pitts does not support. Is that the United Democratic Party? Do they caucus? Are they all on the same page? Or Rashine and Tracy? Maybe they split upon that too.
Leader of Government Business, let us
Madam President,
stay with the bill.
I will confine myself to the bill because it's a good bill. The purpose behind the bill is stated in the bill. And it is to expand on the purposes of the corporation, to expand and strengthen the economy of Belize by providing guarantees and funding on an economically and environmentally sustainable basis to those persons seeking financing, including those who would otherwise be unable to obtain funding from other sources on reasonable terms and conditions. Economically and environmentally sustainable basis. So when we talk about issuing a guarantee, we have to read the whole bill. A guarantee cannot be offered by the corporation unless it is on an economically and environmentally sustainable basis. And Madam President, I have confidence in the board of directors and the general manager and her team that they will ensure that any guarantee that is issued by the corporation is issued on an economically and environmentally sustainable basis. I will not, without any evidence, come here and seek to impugn the character of people. The supply of guarantees are for a purpose. We just discussed a few months ago the blue bond. We were able to get a reduced interest rate because the Development Finance Corporation of the United States of America issued a guarantee, an insurance, which reduced the risk and therefore reduce the cost of the loan, of the bonds. It is very similar here. Somebody may go to a financial institution and requires, in order for the project to be economically and environmentally sustainable, requires a lower interest rate. In appropriate circumstances, not determined by any minister of government, but by a board and the management of the DFC, they may determine that a guarantee could be issued with security to the DFC. So it's not an unlimited guarantee or an unsupported guarantee, but an economically issued guarantee in order to bring down the cost of the loan and therefore make the project, the business, the enterprise economically and environmentally sustainable. And we support that, we promote that, and that is what we want to do to drive the economy of Belize forward. Let us not forget, Madam President, members of the Senate, this corporation is required to produce annually audited accounts. And which brings me to a point, the extension of time for the filing of the audited account, which is clause 7G. And again, Madam President, I say to colleagues, let's study it carefully. What does the law currently state? Simple. The audited accounts must be done on a timely basis for their production, on a timely basis after conclusion of the annual audit. There is no time limit as the law currently stands for producing the annual audit. This bill improves the situation. It removes that unlimited timely basis and says within 4 months of the end of each financial year. So this is making it better, not worse. This is improving it, not deproving it. So we must support it. There are only 2 exceptional circumstances spelled out where that 4 months can be extended. We have removed the complete, arbitrary, unlimited discretion on a timely basis and said, do it in 4 months unless there is a pandemic or something else, such as a natural disaster. That can't be wrong, Madam President. That must be better for the corporation. That must be better for the government and people of Belize. We are improving the situation, ensuring that transparency and accountability of the operations are made public within 4 months of the end of the financial year. Let me address again the question of signature. Senator Herrera raised the issue about signature. All that is being done because of complaints from the corporation about how difficult it is to get directors to sign loans, etc., is to say that now a member of the board of directors or other person duly authorized by the board, Senator Herrera, that gives the flexibility for the board to authorize the general manager to sign loans, which addresses the point you raised. The point I make is perhaps it could have been spelled out specifically, but it can be done. So I want to emphasize, and Senator Smith, it is not one person. It has to be member of the board of directors or other person duly authorized. We have to ensure, and I say this thing again, which member of the board are you concerned about? Who is it that you don't want to sign these documents? Be careful when we suggest these things. Senator Bradley raised the question of the differing standards. That is for a good reason, Senator Bradley. The first one, Clause 6, which amends Section 8 by adding subsection 18. That deals with a civil standard. That's a civil matter. It says, in the execution of the business of the corporation, no director or executive manager participating in the decision-making process of the board or its subcommittee shall be liable for any loss to the corporation arising by reason of an improper investment made in good faith, save and except for willful fraud or wrongdoing or recklessness. That is dealing with loss suffered by the corporation. That is not a criminal offense. And therefore, it says, 1, it has to be an improper investment. 2, it must not have been made in good faith. And then it says, save and except for willful fraud or wrongdoing or recklessness. Any of those things that are present, the director or the executive manager or anyone or any other officer must be held liable. When you turn over now to Clause 15, which adds Section 26, you are now dealing with a criminal offense. And I think you will agree with me that the standard for a civil matter is different from a criminal matter. You're shaking your head. I'm surprised, perhaps more disappointed. A breach by a director or an officer of the corporation of the provisions of this act or any regulations made pursuant to this act shall be punishable on summary conviction by a fine not exceeding $15,000. And then it sets out the standard under which you may become liable in criminal prosecution, which is entirely different and a totally different standard. Senator Bradley, when he wants to be frank, he will accept that throughout the law, the standards for criminal liability is different for civil liability. So that is why there is that difference. Senator Herrera raised the question about the $5 million for loans. I want to remind this Honorable Senate that last year we did an injection of capital into the DFC of some 53 million, of over 105% increase, and therefore the capital of the corporation now is no longer 30, but $53 million. That is the capital because of the injection we did last year, which was an increase of 105%. So that the $5 million is tied to the current capital base of the corporation. Madam President, finally, the sinking fund. There is no provision in the law now for a sinking fund. We are providing for the first time for a sinking fund to be established by the corporation. That must be in the interest of the corporation, in the interest of the people of Belize, because it supports the capital of the corporation. I end my contribution by suggesting, let me deal with one final concern raised, I believe it was Senator Smith, the question of the limitation period. And again, Senator Bradley, Senator Pitts, certainly you two, I am not sure, you two would understand. The Limitation Act sets 6 years as a limitation period within which a claim must be brought if a matter arises in contract. What are we saying as an exception for the DFC? Notwithstanding the Limitation Act, so we are putting that on one side, 6 years, or the provision of any other law, no action may be brought by the corporation for recovery of money pursuant to a loan agreement between the corporation and any person after the expiration of 10 years. So we are extending by 4 years the time when the corporation can bring a claim to recover money on behalf of the corporation, from the date on which the cause of action accrued or until such time that the indebtedness should have been paid in full and all commitments by the corporation to extend credit to the borrower have been terminated. So this is an additional 4 years that is given to the corporation to recover amounts. If this was not here, it would have been 6 years. It is now 10 years. So again, we raise a concern about it, but not realizing that in fact we are making it better for the Development Finance Corporation. I close by saying this. The Right Honorable George Price, the father of the nation, always used to say to us, do not let the best be the enemy of the good. This bill may not be perfect, it may not answer every single little thing that somebody has a different opinion about, but at the end of the day, it is a good bill, and it is a bill which I commend very strongly to the Senate. It is going in the right direction. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Before I put the question, I just want to remind members of the Senate to be very careful of the language we use in terms of referring to each other in this honorable chamber. While it may not be insulting or affect someone in the chamber, it may so do to someone outside the chamber and listening. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Development Finance Corporation Act, Chapter 279 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to widen the scope of the corporation's purpose, to provide for a period of limitation, to provide for penalties and punishments for directors and officers of the corporation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Development Finance Corporation Act, Chapter 279 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to widen the scope of the corporation's purpose, to provide for a period of limitation, to provide for penalties and punishment for directors and officers of the corporation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Indictable Procedure Act, Chapter 96 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the list of offenses for trial without a jury in certain criminal cases, to allow for hearings or trials before the court to be conducted virtually, to allow the additional crimes to be included in a count on an indictment, to allow for the schedules to be amended by order, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, I believe that this bill is uncontroversial. It says, as its long title does, that it allows for more offenses to be tried by judge alone without jury. It allows for virtual hearings of criminal offenses, and it allows for the addition of more than one count on an indictment, and for those schedules to be amended by order rather than by an amendment of the act itself. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Indictable Procedure Act, Chapter 96 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the list of offenses for trial without a jury in certain criminal cases, to allow for hearings or trials before the court to be conducted virtually, to allow for additional crimes to be included in a count of an indictment, to allow for the schedules to be amended by order, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Indictable Procedure Act, Chapter 96 of the Substantive Laws of Belize to expand the list of offenses for trial without a jury in certain criminal cases, to allow for hearings or trials before the court to be conducted virtually, to allow for additional crimes to be included in a count of an indictment, to allow for the schedules to be amended by order, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Inferior Courts Act, Chapter 94 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for hearings or trials before the court to be conducted virtually and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this is, again, an uncontroversial piece of legislation. It empowers the minister, as the law currently does, to appoint a committee of 3 magistrates, including the chief magistrate, in order to make regulations, and specifically including the power to have magistrate court matters tried virtually.
I recognize.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Inferior Courts Act, Chapter 94 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for hearings or trials before the court to be conducted virtually and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Inferior Courts Act, Chapter 94, to allow for hearings or trials before the court to be conducted virtually and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to provide for the protection of witnesses in criminal proceedings by enhancing the ability of a witness to give testimony in judicial proceedings and to cooperate with law enforcement authorities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill has a long history. This bill was passed by the United Democratic Party in its previous administration, but as usual, they failed to bring it into force. I will be kind to him. Madam President, this is an important piece of legislation. We are all very concerned about the crime rate in the country. We're also very concerned about the difficulties in getting successful prosecutions of criminal matters for varying reasons. This piece of legislation seeks to put into the hands of law enforcement authorities powers which we are hoping will go a long way in bringing stronger cases, criminal cases, to court and allowing cases brought to court to proceed to trial in specialized circumstances, which protects witnesses and also allows for particular ways in which evidence is to be given in order that trials may be conducted. One important thing has to be stated, and that is that due process, protection of fundamental rights and freedoms must, of course, be adhered to and upheld. In brief, Madam President, the first order that can be issued is an anonymity order and an investigation anonymity order, which would allow the law enforcement agencies, this is now before an offense or a charge has been presented, to conduct investigations by getting an order from the court that this person or other should be given anonymity, and therefore information can be obtained from them in an investigation relating to a crime. So a crime has been committed. Someone may be a potential informant. Someone may be able to provide information to law enforcement, but there may be specific reasons, and the law sets out the conditions when the police or the director can go to court and say, I want to get information from a person, but I need that that person be anonymized. Therefore, you cannot disclose who is the source of your information. That is designed to assist in collecting evidence so that a criminal prosecution can be brought. The second type of order is the witness anonymity, and that gives protection and anonymity to witnesses in relation to criminal offenses. And that provides a procedure where applications must be made to the court for the granting of such orders on the conditions set out in the legislation, so that witnesses may testify in court without their details, without disclosing who they are. The law then sets out in Part 4 of the Act the ways in which a witness can testify, what are called special measures. A person can testify behind a screen. A person can have their voice modulated, and therefore you can't recognize the voice. A person can be not only screened, but the person's name, the person's home address is not disclosed, and that is the type of way in which a witness can be protected. But in addition, the law provides for evidence to be taken by video, so that you take a video and you play the video so that the person doesn't have to come to court, and that type of thing. There can also be limitations on cross-examination, depending on whether the interests of justice can be served. The magistrate or the presiding judge would limit the types of questions that can be put to a witness in order to protect them. You can think very quickly, well, let me just say that there are clear provisions to do that. And in fact, it can go so far as to prohibit the cross-examination of particular witnesses. All of this, Madam President, members of the Senate, is being requested by the police, it's being requested by the prosecution, and it is, I suspect, supported, I'm not sure, but it's certainly supported by the government. I believe the judiciary would have no problem with this. It is an absolutely essential tool in our attempts to arrest the widespread crimes in our countries and in our country, and the difficulties and challenges that the prosecutors face in prosecuting criminal offenses. Thank you, Madam.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
Thank you, Madam President. Indeed, Madam President, we support this bill. Oh, and by the way, we are allowed to disagree, you know. They're not afraid for me like all the rest are afraid for you. I mean, they have their own. Yeah, exactly. They love you. Madam President, it's a good bill. It's a UDP bill. Of course, it's a good bill. I won't say but or however. So I'll say nevertheless, it's a good bill. Nevertheless, what I want to caution, Madam President, because I've had the experience before, because we've had in the law, if, for example, a person doesn't even have to attend to trial. You can just submit their witness statements and it is deemed as evidence in chief. I had a case, Madam President, where the police, won't call the officer's name, submit a witness statement for a person who was supposedly a witness to a crime, but when we did our homework and did everything, the person didn't exist. What I want to caution, and I like that the bill includes the right to a fair trial in giving an anonymity order. Let me give you an example, Madam President, very practical. This is an important bill, but it is a bill that can be abused in this way. When you're telling me, because the Constitution says basically I have a right to face my accuser, when you're accusing me of a crime, let's just use the most egregious crime we have in our books, murder. When you're accusing me of murder, and the one person who is giving evidence against me to go to jail for the rest of my life is a person who we don't even know exists, I know provisions are made for the magistrate to know, and we have to put an enormous amount of trust in our magistrates, which is why they should be fully tenured and qualified under the law, so we can trust them that they're ensconced in their positions and they can't be moved. But nobody from the defense will be able to know who is making an accusation or serving as a witness against me if I'm charged for murder, for example. And I'll tell you the dangers of that, Madam President, as primarily a criminal defense attorney. It is important in trials to know who is doing the witnessing and the accusing. I mean, if they say I've committed a crime, Madam President, and it's Senator Bengushe, for example, or Senator Jang, I can't believe that their testimony will be unbiased and truthful. But if the one person who is the witness in that trial is Senator Courtney, man, the evidence against me might not be objective. So then my attorney will need to know the background behind the relationship because it goes to truth and veracity. It's very, very important in a trial. So I am glad that the provisions are in here that says you have to consider, when making an anonymity order, the magistrate is given powers to consider the fairness of a trial and the fairness to the accused who is innocent until proven guilty. Now, I know this is just talking about the anonymity order, but I'm hoping what the government can do further from this bill, because this bill covers one aspect of it. Because if I were to commit a murder, and I were to see that you saw me, Madam President, an anonymity order won't take us anywhere. I know that you see me, and I know that only you could hurt me. So there is no anonymity when it comes to the trial. There's some mention of it in here, but consider as well taking it beyond the step. I don't know how we do it. We examined it, because if you want to protect people, we hide you for a year until you can testify against me, for example. But then who do you hide? You hide yourself, your children, you take them out of school, your spouse, all of that. I mean, that is something in the future, but I'm just saying, this is a great start, and it is a good bill, and I support this bill.
I recognize Senator Moses Bengushe.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, let me also add my congratulations this morning to Senator Janel as she takes up her position as the NGO representative here in the Senate. And I had the opportunity to have met her earlier in one of our meetings, and the way she presented herself makes me feel that certainly she will be able and is most capable to continue in the stead in which Mr. Osmani Salas left the position. And so I want to congratulate you and continue to encourage you as you join us. Madam President, I want to add my support to this bill that is before us. I think it is a novel thing. I want to, like others before me, just share, however, that perhaps as it is being presented here, it is a good start. But in time to come, certainly, some other things will have to be taken into consideration. And I just want to indicate that as I have looked over what is before us, as I said, it is something that I must say it is a good start. And as mentioned earlier, should, and I suppose would have been supported by especially the police, because a lot of what is here before us will have a lot to do with that department. And I would hope that as we go forward and we refine what is here before us, that as we take into consideration the police and what will also be expected of them, because a lot will be expected of them in upholding what is before us here, that perhaps some measures will be put in place to also ensure that whatever confidentiality protection is needed for the witness. For example, Senator Perfect mentioned that as we go forward, what needs to be taken into consideration is the physical protection of persons. And so while we are speaking here to a court situation and witnessing in the court, the threat is also there for the person after. And so the physical threat is there, and how do we protect that person? I hope that as we continue to refine what is before us, that those things will be taken into consideration to ensure that at least full protection is given for that person, so that persons, and not only the person themselves, but that, as was mentioned, families will also feel comfortable in ensuring that relatives are taken care of. Now, I end again, Madam President, by saying I think it is a good thing that is before us. It is a good start, but certainly we can refine it as we go along. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Gina Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to add my contribution to the Protection of Witnesses Bill. I wanted to let it be known that this is a bill that is coming, in my opinion, late in the day, but nevertheless, the government has brought it. The UDP did the legwork, and we are pleased that we are now at the position where this bill will become a fruition. Madam President, I also want to state why this bill is so important. Over the years, especially starting from 2007, when we had that surge in murders, Madam President, I want to bring to your recollection a particular set of murders. There was a shooting on Orange Street. There was a person proximate to the deceased. That person was seen and known by the accused. The following night, Madam President, that person too became a victim. That following day, the neighbor of that person had the unfortunate benefit of being out and seeing that crime happening. Madam President, the following day, that neighbor was killed. And since then, and for a number of years, those of us who threaten citizen security, arrested our comfort and security in moving around our nation, And those are unfortunate experiences for anybody. That is why this bill is important and necessary. What I would have loved to see, and we will have an opportunity to discuss it further, that attendant with this bill, I saw a correlating injection of funds in the respective departments that would have custody and control of ensuring that persons who are protected under this bill are just that, protected. Like Senator Bengoshe, in as much as we support the bill, I too have a few observations. And like Senator Bengoshe, I hope that as we proceed from this point, that the experiences in the court will bring us back here sooner rather than later to make necessary changes and amendments to this bill to cure what may reasonably become what I consider foreseeable defects in the bill. The interpretation section gives several words that are defined, and it defines a witness to include any person without regard to age who is called or proposed to be called to give evidence in those proceedings. I don't have difficulty in treating a witness proper as a witness. My concern, though, when it comes to witnesses who are below the age of majority, and particularly children, I would love to see clear guidelines on the treatment of witnesses who are children, simply because it has been the experience in matters that children are impressionable and suggestible, and we wouldn't want to perverse what could otherwise be justice based on any re-examination of a situation where a child who is a witness was treated or not treated, or how the circumstances of their evidence was elicited. Because, Madam President, one of the main purposes of this bill is to ensure not only fairness in trial, but also to help the country see a rise in conviction rate by protecting those persons who can significantly help to solve crimes. In terms of the anonymity investigation, there are two things that the bill does. It provides for the Commissioner of Police to seek an anonymity order from a magistrate court, which, all things considered equal, is a good mechanism at the investigation stage. What I would like to see that is silent from the bill is the duration of such an order, because there is no indication as to the duration of an order. In terms of approaching the court to access the grant of such an order, in circumstances where a magistrate is not minded to give the order, the bill provides that the Commissioner of Police can appeal to the Supreme Court for the refusal, but notwithstanding that, the magistrate must issue the order until the determination of that appeal for the refusal. Those of us who are familiar with appeal processes, we could appreciate that there is a step there that is being omitted. It could be that it is a conscious one to secure the objective and the purpose of the bill, but I just caution that we do not, and I do so cautiously, that we do not trespass on processes and mechanisms that might, in the end, render the purpose of the bill futile. I go on to section 5, subsection 5. In approaching the court for an investigation anonymity order, the bill provides that a magistrate may hear an application without a hearing, and that is fine. The bill provides that in circumstances where it hears the application, the magistrate could notify the applicant of the determination. You're with me, Madam President? My concern there is that and in terms of the investigation anonymity order and the witness anonymity order, the Act does provide that when you approach the court for the order, there is disclosure to the magistrate or the judge the identity of the person who is subject to the order. What I caution is gaps that are there that where we may not appreciate are there that would render the leaking of the information. And I say that because in notifying the applicant or in these proceedings, there is no clear spelling out of the steps that will be taken or ought to be taken in marshalling the application and how it moves forward. And the reason why I say that is because of this. We have all seen, or I hope we have seen the news recently, where a parent is complaining about evidence, witness statement going missing. The DPP herself confirmed that she provoked an investigation into the matter, having learned of it and having appreciated that it was real. What we see from those circumstances is an appreciation that the movement of information or the holding of information, record of information, it could be properly tightened so that these instances are stifled. And I say that because considering how important this bill is and how important it is to keep confidential the identity of persons, we need to have clear measures in place in how we treat the information. If you go to the schedule, you will see the different forms of the orders and where it would provide for redacting names and obliterating faces and that sort of thing. But like what Senator Perifit has said, and it ought not to be lost on the constitutional right, that there must be some record of how these things will be managed and who really. And most of these, in terms of the witness anonymity order, it is handled in chambers. And for the most part, chamber matters are not recorded formally. The judge would take manual notes. Now, I am pleased that the government has moved towards bolstering our judiciary in recruiting new judicial officers. And there are some things that we should not see in the future, but I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that on appeal sometimes, when we're dealing with matters and we have to go back to the evidence and we have to go back to the record, things are missing. And then the second alternative we move to is, let's ask the judge for his or her notes. And most times that pans out because judges take longhand notes. But I have experienced occasions where that is not the case. And so I said all of this to say that even though we have to appreciate that dealing with these matters must be handled with some stealth, we must not lose sight of the preservation of the record. And in terms of the anonymity order being handled in chamber, it would be great to see that the process in chamber is and not to say that it wouldn't be a formal one, but formal in terms of reducing what happens in chambers on the record. So I don't know if that is something that the government would want to consider to create clear guidelines, or if that is something that the Chief Justice would make practice directions for in terms of these matters. In terms of the investigation anonymity order at section 6, there are set out the basis on which the magistrate may make the order. Reasonable grounds for believing, and it goes from A, B, C, and D. But at C, Roman 2, after the semicolon is and, the word and. And in legislative drafting, punctuation and the choice of words that brings sections together is very important. And I just query, a small query, if whether or not that and placed there after the semicolon makes section D conjunctive in that, in terms of those things that the magistrate must take into consideration. D, the person likely to have committed the offense is likely to have been a member of a group falling within subsection 2 at the time the offense was committed. The section goes on to define group falls within this subsection if it is possible to identify the group from the criminal activities that its members appear to engage in, and it appears that the majority of the persons in the group are at least 12 years of age. My only query there is that it appears that this is envisaging orders in relation to crimes like being a member of the gang or gang activity. I would love to see a section where either the and is clarified, the semicolon and is clarified, or that the considerations by the magistrate does not appear to be constrained by persons who are members of a group, so that in instances where you're considering only one person and that person is not a member of a gang or a member of any criminal enterprise, that does not bar the issuing of such an order over that one person. A concern that I have also is in terms of application for witness anonymity order at section 11. When the prosecution is making the application, it has no obligation to inform anyone, and that is fine. But when it is the defense making that application, the legislation is providing that the defense must also notify the prosecution. And I find that that is an unbalanced way of treating both parties who have an obligation to protect the identity of persons who require these orders. pray for indulgence, Madam President. In terms of Section 26, examination of witness through intermediary. At 26(5), subsection 5, it says a person shall not act as an intermediary in a particular case except after making a declaration in the form prescribed by rules of the court that he will faithfully perform his function. This is a small observation, a minor point, but in my opinion, for the preservation of the record, I think that the declaration shall be in the format of an actual form, as opposed to going before a court and giving a viva voce declaration and then you're treated as an intermediary. We have other mechanisms in the law that actually, like when you're you have to go to a justice of the peace to swear on a complaint or something. It's a physical paper that you do. Section 29, directions prohibiting accused from cross-examining particular witnesses. We appreciate that the right to every accused is to face his accuser, and congruent with that right is the ability to cross-examine the accuser. Now, I will agree that there will be situations where an accused should be prevented from being active in proceedings in cases where the accused misbehaves in court or is of such gross conduct that he has to be excluded, he or she, no? But at 29 gives the court the ability to give a direction prohibiting the accused from cross-examining or further cross-examining the witness in person if it appears, A, that the quality of evidence given by a witness on cross-examination, Roman 1, is likely to be diminished if the cross-examination or further cross-examination is conducted by the accused in person, and Roman 2 would be likely to be improved if a direction were given under this section. Now, my concern with this is that, and I'm sure a leader of government business could appreciate the many benefits of cross-examination. When you cross-examine, and one of the defense's main role in criminal proceedings is to challenge the prosecution case, and in challenging the prosecution case, you get to go to the veracity, the credibility of people. And so when you, in cross-examination, where you have the opportunity to discredit a witness, I don't think that that should be lost when that subsection is prefaced by the quality of the evidence given by a witness in cross-examination likely to be diminished. I mean, that is the objective. When you challenge in cross-examination things said by a witness, the objective by defense is to diminish the value of the evidence, whether it is to raise doubt or to show that you can't rely on the things said. And I think just by saying that there is perhaps trespassing on the constitutional rights of defense. We want to be even-handed in protecting witnesses, but at the same time, we don't want to stifle or cripple the defense. At 4, same section 29, subsection 4, it says, in determining whether subsection 3A applies in the cases of a witness, the court shall have regard to views expressed by the witness as to whether or not the witness is content to be cross-examined, and it goes on. But like I've said before, it has A, B, C, and D. The only thing that should be bearing is the behavior on the part of the accused at any stage of the proceedings, both generally and in relation to witnesses. And the reason why I say this is because in the bill, it already makes provisions for special measures to be made in order to protect the identity of witnesses. So in these cases, it is envisaged, and the court as well as the Crown and the defense plays an active role in marshalling the case in such a way that special measures directions can be sought to obliterate faces, to distort voices, and things like that. So if those are done properly, then there would be no need to limit an accused to cross-examine a witness in circumstances where the section is saying that in the circumstances as outlined in the section. So in wrapping that bit up, what I'm saying is we have a good bill that makes provisions for the protection of witnesses, one of which is a special measures where the court can say, I want things to be done this way, and this way. That is already there. The court can do that, and only in extreme circumstances where an accused misbehaves, then could an accused be limited or restricted from cross-examining a witness. I don't think that we should trespass on the ability of an accused to cross-examine a witness. I will say, though, Madam President, that the bill makes provisions for, in circumstances where accused are limited or restricted, the court can appoint an attorney to represent the accused for the sole purpose of the cross-examining. But that is what I'm saying. Those mechanisms are there, so it's just a matter of putting it in proper perspective and having it work and not seemingly trespass on rights of the accused. In same section 29, at subsection 5, it reads, for the purposes of this section, witness in relation to an accused does not include any other person who is charged with a crime in the proceedings. The only difficulty I have with that is one that comes from experience. You can have co-accused, and a co-accused could be a witness. Why stop a co-accused from being a witness and being subject to a witness anonymity order? I mean, in those circumstances, it would be ideal. But to say that you have 3 accused and neither of them can be a witness in the proceedings is a bit contrary to the objective of, I don't want to say securing, because as ministers of justice, we don't secure convictions, but it is contrary to the objective of marshalling cases in a way that would yield a conviction. If it is you can get assistance from a co-accused, then take it. And the thing is, this would seem to have an impact on the power of the DPP to give certain protections or certain deals with certain persons. And the two, even though in the broad it does not infringe on each other, but it limits the DPP from learning that a co-accused would like to cooperate and lend information and lend evidence, but under the guise of anonymity. I think that should be reconsidered and offer co-accused the ability to become witnesses, because many times if a cutthroat defense isn't run, some co-accused would want to testify. And the reason why I say that is from 2 things. Personal experience as practicing criminal at the bar, which I don't do anymore, thankfully, and having gone through the entire criminal proceedings after one of my brothers were killed. If this bill had existed at that time, one of the co-accused who was ready and willing to give information but was subject to fear and threat of life and limb would not have been able to assist. And then in that case, where all things considered equal, we knew who the perpetrators were, we know the particulars, there was no conviction. So that is why I'm stressing in terms of this section, perhaps later down the road when we come back, because I do support the bill, when we come back, we could treat with some attention that section to provide that co-accused could be subject to a witness anonymity order. Madam President, before I take my seat in the round, I would like to say that in supporting this bill, we on this side also support all the work that came before this bill to make this bill a reality, and we also support the benefits it will bring to the prosecution. We also support, and I said we will discuss it further down, how seriously committed this government is to seeing this bill be carried through by actually making resources available so that in terms of record keeping, we have a system that even if a paper goes missing, there's an electronic copy somewhere. We have a system where those persons who are involved in an investigation are bound to the confidentiality of the identity of persons subject to the order, and therefore there is a section that deals with contravening the order. Sorry, before I wrap up. There is a section, which is it? Crave your indulgence, Madam President. I won't go over it verbatim, but the section that deals with disclosure of information, of course, it provides for penalties for disclosing the information, but it also makes provisions for where you will not meet any penalty if the disclosure is made without any knowledge of the existence of the order and other circumstances. But what I do not see is provisions relating to circumstances where you would have to deal with persons who are subject to court proceedings where they breach the confidentiality of these orders. Because what we are seeing, or what is real right now, what is pressing, is appreciating that still, and it has continued from then until now, that information is either being leaked or being lost or being shared. In terms of making those persons responsible, I want to be able to see how, or the burden and the way in which matters will be taken into consideration in establishing that persons will be liable for punishment for breaching the order. There is provision that says what the penalty is, but there is no spelling out of the in-between, and I think that is important because we can have situations where we experience leak or disclosure, and you go to court with it and nothing comes of it. There is no conviction. And that is because perhaps we can do a little bit more to strengthen the things that we need or we want to see in order to establish or found a conviction for the disclosure. Because it is really, really important that in supporting this bill and having this bill become a reality, that we actually consider everything in the wrong and put measures in place in the wrong in order to make it become successful and a reality. I would like to close, and I've alluded to it before, that when we come back to it, should we come back to it, we should come back with an intention to put clear measures in place to secure the handling of information, the storing of the information. That is very, very important, and that is one of the areas that we haven't dealt with yet. It does not make the bill bad. It does not make the bill wrong. The bill is still good. It is necessary. This is just one of those things that we will need constant work on to fine-tune, along with a commitment from the government to fully fund and provide the resources necessary to secure the fruition of the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thanks, Madam President, and maybe it was a good thing you recognized me because my comments are short, and so I shouldn't take much time. Firstly, Madam President, I rise to support the bill. I think that it's an extremely important step and a good step in the right direction with respect to the administration of justice, bringing those who have committed crimes to justice, as well as protecting witnesses. And witnesses are an extremely important part of that whole process, and the protection of them, I think, will go a far way with respect to bringing those persons responsible to justice. I think, though, a lot of what we're trying to achieve in this bill, especially with respect to the investigative anonymity order, and will be dependent on the professionalism of the police department. I think that it's one thing to protect the identity of witnesses, but even before we are able to obtain that order, the police will be working with information that may have the identity of those persons who are witnesses to these crimes. And if they don't operate in a very professional way, Madam President, I think even before we get to the order, information will get out. And that's the only point I really wanted to make. The professionalism of the police department is extremely important. And I mean, we all know, we've all been looking at the news over the past couple of years, with respect to plane landing, with respect to, the department possibly being linked to certain criminal elements. And so a legislation like this is extremely important where there are organized crime. And I think that at the street level especially, the criminal elements are operating in a very organized way at that level. And so this should assist in protecting witnesses, but like I said, even before you're able to obtain these orders, the professionalism of the police department will be very, very important to achieve what we're seeking to address in this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Thank you, Madam President. And before I start, I just want to say once again how touched I am by the warm welcome from the Chamber. In making our contribution to support this bill, we do echo the sentiments, and we do hope that the recommendations to strengthen the bill will be incorporated as quickly as possible, but also to say that as one of the two Belize network of NGO representatives on the UNCOC board, the project board under the previous administration, the Witness Protection Bill was one of the key pieces of legislation that the board recommended. For several reasons, as you know, it did not proceed. So we are very happy to see this tabled and debated here today and moving in this direction. I will also say that through our work with groups like Crime Stoppers Belize, how vital these pieces of legislation will be to those sorts of initiatives that are also based on anonymity and confidentiality, and strengthening that. And hopefully in the very near future, Belize might also be able to have a witness protection program. I know some of those things have been informally done, but I think it would be an excellent movement in the right direction to see something like that nationalized. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Darrell Bradley.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to offer very briefly my contributions to the bill. Firstly, just to express my appreciation and support for the legislation. I think when the Honorable Leader of Government Business introduced it, and all senators who spoke mentioned the point on the need to give the police additional tools to redress crime, and that is a national concern, and it is certainly something that I would support. Just two things that I want to be very, very clear on. In terms of Section 6 for the investigation anonymity order, to appreciate that the context of this from the draft is in relation to persons suspected of being in gang activity, because the language actually sets that out. So I just want to appreciate, for purposes of my understanding of the legislation, that that is what we're talking about, because of the conjunctive and, so that the considerations there is that the person who is suspected of having been committed the crime has to be in a group which is some organized activity or some gang activity. And the second point that I wish to make, and I'm fine with that, because I do know that these types of legislation come from consensus building activities. I know that the Honorable Senator Chanona mentioned her involvement in giving input in this, and I know that stakeholders would have said that that is what they want their focus to be. And I just want to be satisfied by myself that the focus of this bill is for persons who would be witnesses to crimes which are gang related. And just to ask the question then is that, are there not other circumstances where such anonymity and investigation anonymity order may be warranted? The second part of my comment would be in relation to the appeal process. And I am a big proponent of judicial oversight of any power of police officers or people in the executive. And the concern that I have here, but I make no better suggestion, but the concern that I have here is that there's not adequate judicial oversight of an investigative anonymity order. Because if the Commissioner of Police requests and applies for this order, the Chief Magistrate can deny the order, but the order goes through. And the Commissioner of Police may appeal that order. The concern that I have with relation to that is there's no incentive on the Commissioner of Police to continue that appeal, because more than likely the matter would have been concluded before the appeal is finished. And the idea there is that there would not be adequate judicial oversight. This goes back to the point that the Honorable Leader of Government Business mentioned. We do want to give our police officers the best support and tools, including the provisions of this bill. But we also want to make sure that there are adequate safeguards in checking that power. And one of the safeguards is the refusal by the magistrate and the effectiveness of that refusal. The idea with an appeal is a good tool, but if there is no incentive for that appeal to actually be followed through, because I already got what I wanted. I have gotten and secured the investigation anonymity order. If the case is finished, there's no incentive on me to prosecute the appeal. And the point that I'm making here is that there would not be judicial learning on it. There would not be guidance from the Supreme Court to really direct how these things should be interpreted. My interpretation of Section 6 is that this only applies in the context of organized crime, gang-related activity, and so forth. there may be misinterpretations or misapplications of that. So the appeal process is something that's very good. It would keep the members of the police and the use of these orders in proper scope. The only thing, if I could add, in terms of a possible suggestion, is where you have 7(6). The Supreme Court judge to whom an appeal is made shall consider afresh an application and so forth. If there could be some language in there, even though I don't know that there's provision, to say that the matter would be dealt with urgently, or that there would be some degree of alacrity that would be taken to consider that matter. Again, because there's an important policy need to ensure that there is judicial oversight, adequate judicial control, both from the magistrate and both from the Supreme Court. Those are my contributions.
Madam President, first of all, I want to thank senators who have supported the legislation. I think we are all agreed that it is heading in the right direction. Let me start by saying what this bill is not, as alluded to by Senator Chanona. This is not a witness protection program. It is not a witness protection program. Many senators have taken the floor to suggest that a lot more needs to be done, and we all agree. A witness protection program is an extremely complex and very expensive undertaking, worse in a small society. In fact, in many instances, persons have to be relocated outside the jurisdiction. And who is going to pay for that? And it's not only them, but it is the entire family. So I just want to emphasize that that is not what this is dealing with. And I agree that we all have the ambition that one day we are able to afford that and reach there. Secondly, and I take on board a lot of the comments and suggestions from Senator Pitts. I will not respond to each and every single one of them, and I don't intend any disrespect by that. But certainly, there's a lot of fine-tuning that can be done and should be done over time. But we have to start somewhere. But there are a couple of things I want to refer to specifically, because there may be slight misunderstandings and emphasis placed on things that create the wrong impression. The first is Clause 4, Madam President, and the scope of an anonymity investigation order. It is absolutely critical to appreciate Clause 4(1). The Chief Magistrate may grant an investigation anonymity order in relation to a specified person, prohibiting the disclosure of information, A, that identifies the specified person as a person who is or was able or willing to assist a specified criminal investigation, or that might enable a specified person to be identified as such a person. What am I emphasizing? What the Americans call a cooperating witness. You cannot get an investigation anonymity order against a person who doesn't want to cooperate. This is a person who has this information and is willing and able to assist. So the person is saying, I have information, but you have to protect me. If you protect me, I am going to cooperate with you. Some people would call it a snitch. Why do I say that? We are talking about protecting people only if they are cooperating and assisting with investigations. So the first point to note is that we're dealing with somebody who wants to help and who says, I'm going to help if I get protection. We are not talking about a situation where the police believe that Senator so-and-so or some member of the public has seen something, but the person is not cooperating, and so they're going to go to court now and get an order against that person and force that person to cooperate. That is not what this law contemplates. Following on that, Clause 3, and I think this is what one of the points that Senator Pitts was referring to, It says a person who discloses information in contravention of an investigation anonymity order commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $20,000 or to the imprisonment for 4 years or to both. The concern about leaking, disclosure of information, etc., in my respectful submission, is captured here. Because if you go to the magistrate court, the police applies for an anonymity investigation order. It's disclosed who the witness is, and this witness needs to be anonymized. Somebody leaks that out, and we're able to find out who it is. That person has allowed information to come out to identify who the informant is, and therefore the person is in contravention of the act. And it seems to me that subclause 4.3 can capture that scenario. I go one step further. 6. Clause 6 sets out the conditions for making an order. Now, let us recall that we're talking about someone who wishes to cooperate with the government, with the police prosecutor. The chief magistrate may make an investigation anonymity order if satisfied that there are reasonable grounds for believing that an offense has been committed. So it is not that we don't know whether something has happened. It is someone has been murdered, there has been a robbery, there may have been some other offense. You have to satisfy the magistrate that an offense has been committed. The person who will be specified in the order has reasonable grounds for fearing intimidation or harm if identified as a person who is or was able to, or willing to assist the criminal investigation as it relates to the offense. So the person has to himself or herself say, I don't want to give this evidence unless I'm protected because, and explain the intimidation, fear, or harm that may come to that person. The person who will be specified in the order is able to provide information that would assist the criminal investigation as it relates to the offense, and is more likely than not, as a consequence of making the order, to provide such information. So I repeat, this person has to have evidence, this person has to want to cooperate, and it is more likely than not that if you give the person the protection, he or she will assist the police with the information that they have. And the person likely to have committed the offense is likely to have been a member of a group falling within subsection 2 at the time of the offense is committed. The point that has been made, it is speaking to organized crime, gang-related activities. It is not wider than that. That is the purpose of this whole provision for the investigations, that gangs intimidate, kill, threaten persons for testifying against them, and therefore we are seeking to address that situation as a start. Now, that is the investigation side of things. When it comes to witness anonymity, we're talking about a situation where a person is a witness in a criminal matter, and he or she or someone is applying, accused or the prosecutor is applying for that person to be protected in giving evidence in court. And so we talk about a witness anonymity order. And I think the lawyers on that side and myself have emphasized that this is, like all pieces of legislation, subject to the fundamental rights and freedoms in the Constitution. There must be a fair trial, and there is a derogation from the right to know and confront my accuser. So there are these limitations, and perhaps one day they will be tested as to whether or not they go too far in terms of derogating from the fundamental right. But Clause 9 specifically abolishes the common law rule against disclosure of identity of a witness. Now, I wanted to underscore the concerns and respond to the concerns raised by Senator Perry under Clause 13, because Senator Perry's concern was the anonymity of the person or the identity of the person would not be known to the accused. And he gave the example of me giving evidence against him, he not knowing that it is me, and that I would be prejudiced against him. But Clause 13.2 addresses these issues. Clause 13 is the provision for the relevant considerations to be considered by the court in determining whether they are going to give some protection to a witness. And the relevant considerations are set out in 13.2. The general right of an accused in criminal proceedings to know the identity of a witness in the proceedings. So that's the first thing they are going to consider. In this case, looking at all the evidence and all the witnesses, the accused has a right to know, and we're derogating from that, so they have to make a balancing determination as to how the anonymity in relation to this witness will affect the fair trial and the right of an accused to know and confront their accuser. So it has to be considered. The extent to which the credibility of the witness concerned will be a relevant factor when the weight of the evidence comes to be assessed. If you can't see how the witness is responding when you cross-examine the person, if you can't really listen to the voice, the answer may be low, the answer may be high, the witness may be annoyed, but because it's modulated and because you can't see the person, the jury doesn't have the benefit of saying this person behaving shifty. So when we come to the credibility, the court will say, listen, this witness is so essential to this case. If I screen this witness and you can't hear or see this person, then I'm not sure, I'm not satisfied that a fair trial can be had. And now, this is important. Whether the evidence given by the witness might be the sole or evidence or decisive evidence implicating the accused. The implication there is that if you are the main witness, you are the main person who could implicate this person, but the accused has no chance of seeing you, knowing who you are, putting you in front of a jury, putting you under cross-examination. Is that a fair trial? That is something the court has to consider in determining whether they will grant the anonymity order. The witness protection order. Whether the evidence of the witness could be properly tested, whether on grounds of credibility or otherwise, without the identity being disclosed. Whether there is any reason to believe that the witness has a tendency to be dishonest. Whether the witness has any motive to be dishonest in the circumstances of the case, having regard in particular to any previous convictions of the witness and to any relationship between the witness and the accused or the associates of the accused, and whether it would be reasonably practicable to protect the identity of the witness by any means other than making a witness anonymity order specifying the measures that are under consideration by the court. So if it is that you are from one gang and you are testifying against a member of another gang, you have a motive. And therefore the court has to consider, will I give you anonymity when I know that you have a motive to testify against this person in this particular case? You have a motive, you are likely to be dishonest because of the gang rivalry. The point I seek to make is that there are built-in relevant considerations which must be considered by the court before taking the extraordinary step to giving anonymity to a witness. The special measures are set out in extenso in the bill, and I just want to draw attention to Clause 29 because Senator Pitts drilled down on this clause, but I think her concerns perhaps may be assuaged if we take a careful look at it. I want to emphasize, this provision is very clear. It provides for a prohibition against cross-examination in person. It's not a prohibition against cross-examination. Specifically, 29.3, the court may give directions for prohibiting the accused from cross-examining or further cross-examining the witness in person if it appears to the court, A, that the quality of the evidence given by the witness on cross-examination is likely to be diminished if the cross-examination or further cross-examination is conducted by the accused in person, and would likely to be improved if a direction were given under this section, and that it would be in the interest of justice to give such a direction. If anyone has seen Senator Bradley or Senator Pitts cross-examining somebody, it's a painful experience. Senator Pitts says she no longer practices at the criminal bar, but if she were cross-examining a victim of a sexual assault case, in person, in court, the accused sitting right there, that person, under penetrating cross-examination, may start to cry, may start to break down, because it's in person. And that is what this section is dealing with. Now, for the court to make an order to prohibit the continuation of that cross-examination in person, it sets out what has to be considered. Any views expressed by the witness as to whether or not the witness is content to be cross-examined by the accused in person, the nature of the questions likely to be asked having regard to the issues in the proceedings, any behavior on the part of the accused, glaring at the witness, any relationship whatever between the accused and the witness. So, again, there are considerations which must be considered in order to stop or to prohibit an in-person cross-examination. For the purposes of this section, witness in relation to an accused does not include any other person who is charged with a crime in the proceedings. So the point that Senator Pitts was making, that a co-accused would be hampered in his or her defense if there was a cutthroat defense to be run. A cutthroat defense can still be run, except that there may be circumstances where the cross-examination would not be in person. So it can be done by a recording, and somebody in one room, the other in another room, etc. And it says on 6, a direction under this section is to be treated as a special measures direction for the purposes of 20 and 21. And then, of course, there is 30, which deals with the question of having an attorney assist you in that regard. The point I want to make in that clause 29 deals with in-person cross-examination. It does not authorize the court to say, this particular witness, you can no longer cross-examine that person. Madam President, members of the Senate, this bill is in the right direction. It is a bill that was passed by the UDP but not brought into law. We have picked it up, brought it back to the National Assembly for implementation. There is no doubt that resources will have to be allocated in order for it to be effective. And I can only say that the intention of the government is to make those resources available. And I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the protection of witnesses in criminal proceedings by enhancing the ability of a witness to give testimony in judicial proceedings and to cooperate with law enforcement authorities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government.
Bill for an act to provide for the protection of witnesses in criminal proceedings by enhancing the ability of a witness to give testimony in judicial proceedings and to cooperate with law enforcement authorities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I was going before you, Deputy. I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resources Act, Chapter 210 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide specific penalties for certain offenses and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill makes amendments to 4 clauses, 4 sections of the Fisheries Resources Act. First of all, it amends Section 19. Section 19 deals with fishing without a permit. And this section now creates an offense. Anyone who contravenes Section Subsection 1, that is fishing without a permit, is liable on summary conviction to a fine and to imprisonment. It then goes on to amend Section 29. Section 29 deals with commercial fishing, and it bars commercial fishing without a license. What this does is add subsection 2 to create an offense for anyone who fishes commercially without a license, and a fine of not less than $1,000 but not more than $5,000, and imprisonment for 6 months, not more than 1 year. It amends Section 87. Section 87 sets out the regulations, the subsidiary laws under the Fisheries Resources Act, and this creates an offense. Any person found guilty of a breach of any of the regulations made under this act prohibiting the taking or the possession of illegal sized fish, or the possession of fish during close season, or possession of fish taken without authorization, in addition to any other penalty that may be imposed under this act, is liable to a fine in respect of each such fish, which shall not be less than $50, but which may extend to $100 per fish. And then finally, Section 88 is amended, and that deals with prohibiting fishing for those species that are set out in the schedule to the Fisheries Resources Act, those that are protected. A person who contravenes the subsection commits an offense. In addition to a penalty under Section 90, is liable for a fine in respect of each fish, which shall not be less than $1,000, but which may extend to $5,000 per fish. So it is tightening the regulations, it is creating penalties for violation of the act, and it is consistent with protecting our marine resources by a responsible government under the leadership of Honorable John Bresenio.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Thank you. We rise in support of the amendments, but also to emphasize it's not just about safeguarding the resources themselves, but also the livelihoods of those who depend on those resources. I cannot tell you enough how often we've heard from the fishers, licensed Belizean fishers, lamenting that there is not enough being done to make sure that illegal activity is deterred. We've just come off Reef Week, an annual week to celebrate and champion as well as highlight the obstacles facing our natural resources, and illegal fishing and illegal activity on our waters featured prominently. So alongside that though, we do call out that in those discussions, and it's been a perennial issue, it has been flagged that having the law is where we need to start, but as we've just heard earlier, having the resources to enforce that law and to make sure that that capacity is there is also very real. We continue to be confronted in the sector with having rising fuel prices. We continue to be confronted with slashed government budgets as cost-saving efforts to government agencies, donor communities telling our Belizean NGOs that they will not be able to fund fuel. So alongside support for this law, we also call out the continued importance of making sure that clear and present, we're also assisting at every juncture, every opportunity, the resources to make sure that the natural capital of this country is being protected and safeguarded, not just for the benefit of those resources themselves, but for the tens of thousands of Belizeans who depend on those resources. And as we've seen very recently, and it was mentioned even here this morning, those resources are not just having an impact at that level, but also in terms of our debt management measures moving forward. Thank you.
Madam President, I thank Senator Chinona for supporting the legislation. I know this is an area that is very near and dear to her. I just wanted to make the point that this is not dealing with recreational fishing. Somebody who goes by the riverside or the seaside and just does their recreational fishing, the ordinary Belizean is not being affected by this. This is attempting to protect the resources for the resources themselves, and as the Senator said, to protect the livelihood of the fishers. So I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resource Act, Chapter 210 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide specific penalties for certain offenses and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resource Act, Chapter 210 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide specific penalties for certain offenses and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole Senate on Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Senate. Visitors are asked to please clear the gallery. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments. And I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2021-2022, number 4 bill, the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2022, the Development Finance Corporation Amendment Bill 2022, the Indictable Procedure Amendment Bill 2022, the Inferior Courts Amendment Bill 2022, the Protection of Witnesses Bill 2022, the Fisheries Resources Amendment Bill 2022, and passed it without amendment. I now move that all these bills be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Bill to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022. The bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to amend the Development Finance Act, Chapter 279 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to amend the Indictable Procedure Act, Chapter 96 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to amend the Inferior Courts of Act, Chapter 94 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to provide for the protection of the witnesses in criminal proceedings, the Protection of Witness Bill 2022, the bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resource Act, Chapter 210 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substances Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to amend the definition of industrial hemp and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st day of March 2022. A bill for an act to amend the Central Bank Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further capitalize the Central Bank of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The bill for an act to amend the Development Finance Corporation Act, Chapter 279 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to widen the scope of the corporation's purpose, to provide for a period of limitation, to provide for penalties and punishment for directors and officers of the corporation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. A bill for an act to amend the Indictable Procedure Act, Chapter 96 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the list of offenses for trial without a jury in certain criminal cases, to allow for hearings or trial before the court to be conducted virtually, to allow for additional crime to be included in a count of an indictment, to allow for the schedule to be amended by order, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an act to amend the Inferior Court Act, Chapter 94 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for hearing or trial before the court to be conducted virtually and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. A bill for an act to provide for the protection of witnesses in criminal proceedings by enhancing the ability of a witness to give testimony in judicial proceeding and to cooperate with law enforcement authority and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resource Act, Chapter 210 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition, 2020, to provide specific penalties for certain offenses and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, before I put the question on the matter of the adjournment, I just wish to use this opportunity to congratulate our Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. John Besseño. He was recently presented with an honorary doctorate from the Kunshan University in Tainan, was the former capital of Taiwan, from 1683 to 1887 under the Qing dynasty. He is the first Prime Minister of Belize to receive such high international distinction from such a historical renowned academic institution. So this honorable chamber congratulates our Prime Minister, Honorable Dr. John Besseño, as well as the people and government of Taiwan for bestowing such prestigious award. Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned. Yeah. I'm watching these things.